Good evening, everyone. We are calling this meeting to order. This is our regular Board of Supervisors meeting, Wednesday, September 17th. And if you can, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, especially on this day, which is Constitution Day. I pledge allegiance to the republic of America. Thank you, everyone. And roll call.
Frank Palin,
Jay Foy.
Michael Johnson.
Richard Vassalotti.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Patricia Farrell.
Betty Argue.
Rob Robinson.
Burgess Hanson. We also have Francis Bethel with Caldwell Passetti, General Counsel, and Daniel Ray with Stormwater J, District Engineer.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. I just want to remind everybody to please silence your cell phones. If you need to have a conversation amongst yourselves, please step outside. You might not be able to step away from the window if it's raining. We understand, but please try to keep it down because we can hear you. And again, please always be respectful to each other, to the staff, and of course, the board. And let's have a great meeting. Thank you. Mike? Betty? Okay. Richard?
Welcome, everyone. This past Friday, one of our residents put together a really nice vigil at ACP South for Charlie Kirk. We had about 100 residents come out. Obviously, nobody wanted to be there for reasons that we know of, but they came together and we had a very, very nice event. So I thank the residents for coming out and putting together a nice event for remembrance of Charlie.
Thank you. Okay, item 5, agenda approval. I'm looking for an, excuse me, a motion. Any additions, deletions, or substitutions from the board?
I'll make the motion.
Wait, we do have one deletion. Item 12.14 on consent is not ready yet. The minutes, it'll be for our October meeting.
Through the chair, also believe that Fire Chief, District Chief O'Mara will not be here. So
Okay, so we are going to scratch 6.1. So your motion will be without 12.14 and 6.1.
Okay, I make the motion.
Do we have a second? Okay. And all in favor? Oh, wait, we're not there yet.
yeah.
Betty,
No,
you,
I'm trying to make the motion and it's,
okay,
I'm sorry, I'm doing it the old fashioned way,
that's okay.
but it's not letting me choose.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Michael. Yeah,
I've told it too many times
Okay.
already.
now we call the vote. All in favor? Okay, that motion passes 5-0. All right, we're going to move right into 6.2, which is a presentation from Palm Beach County Library District. The presentation is by Douglas Crane. He's the director of the library system, and Doris Mendez de Mayo. Did I say that? Mendez de Mayo. Okay, very good. And they from the Acreage branch manager.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for having us here tonight. And for the record, my name is Doug Crane. I have the honor of being the director for the Palm Beach County Library System. With me is your local branch manager for the Acreage branch, man. I'm actually here tonight to dispel a myth that I often hear when I walk around the community and people learn I'm the library director. They say, oh, does anyone use libraries anymore? And I'm here to guarantee you that tonight you'll learn that yes, they do use libraries in incredible amounts in Palm Beach County. Because our libraries have a vision to open minds to a world of unlimited possibilities. Because we believe libraries are the place that people bring their hopes, their dreams, their ambitions, and they come to an environment where they can learn, they can grow, and they can get assistance doing all the things that they want to do with their life. And we have a mission to connect communities, inspire thought, and enrich lives. So I have 10 facts to share about the library system. I have a lot of data, but I won't bore you with every little piece. But you can see from our fiscal year 24 statistics that the library is exceptionally busy. I mean, between 2.4 million visitors across our 18 locations, 8.5 million items borrowed, over 167,000 people using our meeting rooms, 42,000 hours of volunteer activities. That is not a quiet library. That is very busy. In fact, we are one of the big 6 public libraries in the state of Florida. That includes Miami, Broward, Orlando, Tampa, and Jacksonville. So we are extremely busy and very grateful for the support that we get from the public. I mentioned that we have 18 locations. Our service area spreads from Tequesta in the north down through the center of the county to western Boca and all the way out to the shores of Lake Okeechobee, where we have 3 locations. This was made possible more recently through a library expansion program. Our second one was bond program that was approved by the voters that added 3 new libraries, one of which was the Acreage branch, replaced 3 old buildings and expanded 3 buildings. We also have a support facility on Cherry Road. And if you're familiar with where the Supervisor of Elections office is there, we are the building hiding behind the parking garage. So, and we just opened our latest location, the Canyon branch, which is located in Canyon Town Center in western Boynton. And it's a lovely 33,000 square foot facility. If you're ever in that part of the county, I highly invite you to drop on by. It's a beautiful place. And here's just a visual map showing you all the locations that we serve. Now, if you noticed in that, we don't serve the entire county, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. But the Palm Beach County Library System was established through an act of the legislature in 1967. It was actually led by the League of Women Voters who want to get library service into the unincorporated areas of Palm Beach County, but they also allowed any municipality that wanted to join to become part of it. So today we have 24 municipalities, with Westlake, your neighbor here, being the latest one to join. The Board of County Commissioners last night approved our millage, which has been holding steady at 0.5491 mils since 2011. That gives us a total operating budget of this for this year of $116 million. And if you're familiar with how the county does its budget, there's a large general fund, which pays for most of what the county services and resources out there. We are a dependent tax district of Palm Beach County that was established through the act of that legislative act. So we're a tiny version of the general funds. That means we have to carry over our own reserves. We have to pay for all our own capital programs. And we actually have to pay for services that we get from the general funds, such as the computer networks, the county facilities, things like that. So we are basically a tiny version of that general fund. Now, even though we don't cover service to the entire county, we do cooperate with a lot of our municipalities. So we have a cooperative agreement with 9 of them, which means their residents can get a card with the county and county residents can get a card with these 9 municipalities. That pretty much allows us to cover almost the entirety of Palm Beach County with service, except for 6 municipalities that are not part of the district nor part of the cooperative. Now, when you think of libraries, I think you can all say, well, first thing that probably comes to mind is books. And we do have a vast collection. We have over 2 million items, both print and electronic, that the residents can borrow. And we make it easy for you. If you borrow it, we'll do automatic renewals up to 3 times, so you don't have to worry about that. And you can place a hold on almost anything in our library system. We have the traditional physical items that you come to expect, books, DVDs, etc. But our electronic collection is growing. In fact, 1/3 of our circulation comes from the electronic material. Our 2 big apps that people use are Cloud Library and Hooply. I have a set of information that I've left with Crystal over there that she can pass out that gives details on all the different pieces of the library. We also have some special items. You can lend a Wi-Fi hotspot from us, which is good anywhere in the country with a T-Mobile connection, able to connect up to 8 users at a time. We have our award-winning birding backpack program. So if you like to get out in the natural area, do bird watching, you can get a backpack with binoculars for adults and for kids, field guides, and other things that you can just check out like any other item. And we also loan out citizenship kits. For those of you who are aspiring to become a citizen, you can get that and help test for the exam. Plus, if you don't like overdue fines, don't worry. We haven't had them now since 2019. Our Board of County Commissioners allowed us to get rid of those. And if you're wondering, well, why would anyone bring a book back if they don't have a fine? You know, well, if you don't bring the book back, you can't check out anymore. So that's what happens. Now, library is also a place to offer research assistance. So even in the age of AI, we are still answering a lot of people's questions. In fact, there's a lot of our residents who don't feel comfortable using AI or Google or any of those resources. They come to us. And we had over 872,000 questions answered by our staff. And we have specialists on hand to do business, literature, law, education, consumer reports. We offer specialized research assistance. In fact, we have something called the Community Research Service, where any local government or nonprofit can reach out to us, and we will do dedicated research for you and provide a research package free of charge. You don't have to pay anything for it. You just reach out to my office, or you can reach out to your local branch manager here, and we can help you get that started. Now, I actually started my career with Palm Beach County 27 years ago as a children's librarian at our main library. So I firmly believe that children's services are the heart and soul of public libraries. And if you go to the Acreage branch after school or on the weekends, you will find a lot of children there. And we offer activities for all ranges, from toddlers all the way up through to teenagers. And you can see that we have a lot of attendance at these. These include story times, crafting, book clubs, gaming, and anything else Doris and her crew can think up that'll entertain the kids. One of my favorite is called ARF, which is therapy dogs with kids. And you can see a picture of one of those ARF sessions. It's because we want to encourage literacy. Everything we do is to encourage people to read and to get that important life skill. And we know for kids, sometimes they're a little hesitant to read to adults or to other children, but they love reading to dogs. So it actually is a time-tested program to do that. We also hold a lot of activities for teens. So if you want to give your teens something that's safe to do, send them to the library. We have lots of activities there that they can do. But beyond our branches, we reach out into the community. And one of those is through our bookmobile. We're very excited. We have a new bookmobile that is being delivered this week that we're going to be getting out on the road in October. It visits up to 42 stops over a 2-week period, typically any location that is more than 3 miles away from a branch, or serving communities that have mobility issues, such as a retirement home, a nursing home, etc. Also, we have residents who, for various reasons, are unable to leave their home. We will do books by mail, send them the books through the mail, they'll send it back free of charge. For those who are blind, visually impaired, or just simply can no longer hold a book, we have talking books for the blind, which is part of a nationwide program run through the Library of Congress, where we will send readers and books on basically a little digital card that they can borrow and be able to still have that access. In fact, if you want to hear some really heartfelt stories about the impact that library services has, I'll have you talk to some of my talking book staff. In fact, we held a celebration a couple of years ago for our centennials who are in the Talking Books program. For many of them, this is one of the last lifelines they have to the greater community, and they're truly remarkable individuals. And since I mentioned literacy, we know that many people grow up without that skill, but it's important to acquire. So we have our adult literacy project where we connect trained volunteer tutors with people who need to bring up their skills. And again, really heartwarming program. People who didn't have the skill to apply for a job because they didn't have that literacy. And by doing so, they're able to actually go ahead, build up their career just by being able to learn to read at the level that you need for the society. We also love partnering in the community. We are founding members of the Literacy Coalition. I think literacy, you're probably hearing that as a theme through my talk today. We also work very closely with the school district. One of the things we do is combat hunger. You know, a lot of children, unfortunately, in this county, their only reliable meal is at school. So what do they do during summer break? Well, they come to the library. They can get a free summer lunch, 18 and under, no questions asked. The staff from the school district food services comes in and they provide it. But then you can say, well, what happens on the weekends? Well, we provide weekend meal kits where people can come in. If they have a child in their family, they get a kit of food and they just take that home with them for the weekend. This is provided from the food bank. We also like to collaborate with other cultural institutions. One of my favorite is with the Norton Art Gallery, our popular Books Plus Art event, where we'll pick a book based on an artwork at the Norton, We'll do the book discussion, and then we'll go to the Norton and see the work of art. Also, our libraries are early voting sites. I'm sure many of you probably went to the acreage to cast an early ballot last year during the elections. It seemed like everyone was coming to a library. In fact, our county libraries, over half of the early votes in Palm Beach County were done at a county library. And we are also a voter registration site. So if you have residents who need to update their voter registration, they can do it when they come to the library. And finally, we serve as an educational pillar of the community. So not just for kids, we do a lot for adults. We held over 4,500 activities just for adults over last year. And we are one of the largest in technology instructing organizations in the county. We do a lot of classes. In fact, part of my career before becoming director was doing training classes when the internet was becoming a thing in people's homes. One of my favorite stories is when the Kindle became popular. People were bringing their Kindle to my librarians and saying, "Can you help me to use this?" And they said, "Well, the first thing you have to do is take it out of the box." Writers Live is a popular program we do every winter when the writers decide to snowbird down here. And we can get big national authors. In fact, one of the authors we've had several times is James Patterson, if you're familiar with him, although he's a local author. We're here if you're familiar. And we enjoy celebrating the diverse cultures in Palm Beach County. Right now, we just started celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And we celebrate all the different Hispanic groups that come in. It's quite the festival and quite the lively activities. So those are the top 10, but for a lot of people say, well, how can I support the library? And the best way to do it is to become a friend. The Friends of the Library is a 501c3 nonprofit that exists just to support the library through financial donations, through advocacy, and through volunteering. Becoming a friend is very simple. You just fill out a form on the website and you become a friend. So if anyone has money, in fact, a good example of the impact of the Friends, our prior bookmobile was a donation of over $250,000 that went through the Friends. So if anyone has a spare $250,000 and they don't know what to do with it, I can suggest a few things. To wrap up, I wanted to talk about your local branch, the Acreage branch. It opened in 2012 due to that bond issue. It is a 30,000 square foot building, making one of our larger buildings. It was funny when we built it, people said, we seem to build it too big. We said, don't worry, the development's coming here. And it is, Dora's going to test, and I'll let her say a few, give you a local update on Acreage here in just a moment. But it has a dedicated story room, a large meeting room reservable by the public, study rooms, teen room, early voting site. It was the first LEED certified building in Palm Beach County. And I do have to give you all thanks because the land it is built on is leased from Indian Trail Improvement District. So you have a definite hand in here, and I hope you're all happy with it and you don't want to pull this into. So you make it a lot of time. So I want to give Doris an opportunity to share some updates on what's happening at Acreage Branch and invite you all to come.
Hello, I'm Doris, and I'm the branch manager. We at the Acreage have tons of activities, like Doug said. All our communities are different, and Acreage is definitely its own community. And so where he's talking about all these tech classes and stuff, most of our community wants one-on-one. So we have book a librarian, so anybody can make a call up or make an appointment to talk to any of our librarians and be able to have some one-on-one with their device. This is especially popular January, February after someone has received a brand new device from their children. We also have the main focus from the community is, of course, their children. So we have a lot of children's activities and crafting programs, and that's community loves those. We have several of those every month. And they're also very interested in health and wellness. Our most popular activities have to do with health and wellness. So yoga, meditation, belly dancing, you name it, they are super popular at our branch. And of course, the gardening club, we have meets once a month. We just had a very successful garden fair, which was almost a full day of activities surrounding around gardening, and we had over 200 folks come in for that. So like I said, each of the libraries are in very different communities, and so we adapt to what our community wants to see, the activities they want to have at your local library. And we're always open to suggestions.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very
And
much.
where can the residents go to find out about all these amazing activities and classes that you have? What's the best way to do it other than having to call? Is there it on the website?
Yes, it's on the website. There's an events tab on the website and you go in events and you can narrow it down by the branch. You can say acreage branch, and then you can say adult activity, and you can say crafting. So there's lots of ways you can narrow down, filter down. Also, I brought in some of our happenings today. So those are available for you. That tells you every single activity that's gonna happen at all our libraries this month. And the acreage has its own special page, but you know, Will Palm is also not that far away, so you're not limited to just attending things at the acreage branch. You can attend any activities across all our system. And also, like I was telling Rich earlier, if you need a book and maybe we don't have it right now at our branch, or maybe we just don't own it at our branch, we can get it from any of our other 18 branches. We can get it to the acreage branch, and you can deliver it back to the acreage branch. And we can take care of it that way. So just because we don't have it doesn't mean we can't get it.
Excellent. And for those of you who cannot see this, it's pbclibrary.org, pbclibrary.org. And that's where you can find all the information. Well, thank you. Michael, your light's on.
Oh, sorry. No,
Okay.
I
Ready?
can agree. They're used a lot. My wife and daughter use them at least twice a week, and especially more in the summer when it's really hot and hard to go to the parks. Thank you.
I have one question regarding the library debt. You referred to the bond that Bill. Is the debt that we're paying, is it for all of Palm Beach County? Or is it just that one library?
Well, I'm happy to report that the bond issue that was approved by the voters in 2002 has been fully paid off. So
Okay,
you will no longer see that on your tax bill with this new fiscal year starting in October.
oh, perfect, okay.
Yeah.
And I learned something new last night, watching the county budget meeting. Commissioner Powell referred to Summit actually has, you can go in and play music there. You have a music room there.
You know, what we have is called Creation Station. It is
Yeah.
a digital media lab, so you can do music, sound editing, video editing, photo editing. We have one at the Wellington branch, at the Lantana branch, and at the New Canyon branch. We are also looking to expand them out, and Doris and I have been in discussion about when we do a renovation of the building to add one at Acreage as well.
That sounded really intriguing to me when I heard that. So I learned something about the library system that I didn't know about. So great job. I love our libraries. Our boys grew up, we took them there. Constantly, it was one of their favorite places to go. When they become teenagers, not so much, but they're busy with other things. I did have another question about do you find that during the week you're serving a high number of like maybe homeschool students and families? Do we have any idea on the statistics?
We do. A lot of homeschool groups do use our meeting room to meet.
Mhm.
And there's one that comes in at least once a month. And they hold an entire type of class there. I think that's when, you know, that the homeschoolers all get together, so they have community. So that's at least once a month. They do also come in often for, you know, items, research questions, the children's in the children's area. And so and for volunteering. Teens
Right.
maybe don't want to come to library so much, you know, during that age, but they volunteer. They're like, oh, when a place is air conditioned and it's pretty cool to hang out, I will volunteer there. So that's where we get most of our teams back.
Well, I think our library system is very important. It's a community value that you really can't put a price tag on. So thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you for the presentation, very informative. And thank you for everything you guys do with the library. The Summit branch, I think, opened probably early 1970s. That was a big part of my life. That was the closest library there. So through elementary school in the 70s and high school in the 80s. That was a big part of my life when we actually had to go somewhere, pick up a book and do some research and jot down some notes like the rest of us in this room. Now today the kids cheat with these, a lot of them, unfortunately. But and Miss Doris, as you know, Mr. Crane, I'm not sure you're aware, my father-in-law was a huge part of the Acreage Branch Library as a former county administrator. So I know that was one of his last projects prior to retirement. And I think everybody out here, I know Miss Argy loves the library. I certainly do too. My kids spent a lot of time there as they were growing up as well when they were young. So thank you for everything you guys do.
I have 4 children, and unfortunately, when I had my older 3, there was no Acreage Library. But my youngest, who's now 16, we got to use the branch very often. I would say at least twice a week, if not more. We were up there joining in on the activities, the science events that you guys had there. You used to have a guy, he was so great, you know, Diet Coke, Mentos in there to do the explosion. My son got to hold a worm, which pooped in his hand, which he thought was amazing. So it was a great introduction, and it gave him something to do, and it was local. We could ride our bikes up there. So it was great. I really appreciate you guys putting something, because, you know, but when we moved up here, they were school age. So we were having to go to the Wellington or the Royal Palm Beach branch to do anything. And it's not easy, especially when you're in almost the furthest northwest part of our area. So I was very grateful. I still utilize, I just returned books the other day. I'm back to handheld books because I usually read on here and it's killing my eyes. So I am back to the regular book. But I do listen to audiobooks off of was it Connect, right? Yeah, so I use that often. So, but thank you. I do have a question. I don't know if I should do this public, but if you guys could check and see, maybe you'd want to join in a Halloween event and hand out supplies. We're going to be doing that October 25th for the trunk or treat. So if you would like, we can talk further. I can stop by tomorrow and talk to you. Okay. All right. That would be great.
We're always happy to come out to community events.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for coming. The library is amazing, and books are, you know, it opens the mind and allows you the opportunity to be more creative, I believe. And to me, you know, yes, the convenience of technology is great, but there's nothing like picking up a book and turning the pages. So thank you for everything that you do. We appreciate you. I know my nonprofit utilizes the meeting room once a month as one of the smaller rooms. So I'm grateful to have that opportunity and sort of a central location to bring the community together. And I know the district has done several things there as well. So thank you all, you know, both of you for being here and just talking about the library system. And a lot of people, you know, probably received new information that they had no idea. So hopefully we'll fill the rooms even more.
Thank you very much. And please be sure to get a packet before you leave.
Thank you. We will.
Thank you again. Have a wonderful night.
You as well. Okay, next up, 6.3, legal engineering and staff. This is going to be a presentation by our district attorney and engineer regarding issues involving the disposition of the district-owned 29-acre parcel under the FPL transmission lines between Persimmon and 60th in Unit 14. Mr. Palin?
Good evening, Madam President and board members. The board had previously considered various options for the use or not use of this or disposition of this 28-acre parcel. The board had directed staff and professional consultants to proceed to review the option to dispose of the property by subdividing it essentially and conveying those pieces to the adjacent property owners. The board also asked us to, in the attorney's office, to report on various legal issues and other issues that we identified when we reviewed this proposal. Mr. Foy, later on, when we get to that point, will discuss some engineering issues that deal with how the property would be subdivided, for example, how it would be treated by Palm Beach County, and a couple of other issues. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Now, I don't control we have to rely on, oh, Kenny. Kenny's got control, so I'll just let him know when to advance. I guess go to the next slide. Just, I'm going to say a lot can be said about Unit 14 and how this parcel got created. This is the plot plan. That's the basis for all of the individual lots. This is how they were created by the developer of this parcel, this 1 square mile parcel. It's the only parcel, only unit in the acreage that was not developed by Royal Palm Beach Colony. And so they had some odd ways of dividing up the parcel. And let me go on to the next slide, Kenny. Thanks. So it's got a strange history. We've talked about at previous meetings how the district ended up owning it. And this was really related to another transaction that was going on between Indian Trail and Palm Beach County. When Palm Beach County was acquiring all of the land in Unit 11 up to the north to be turned into a nature preserve. And at the time, Indian Trail had, there were lots sold, there were assessments that had been imposed on the various lot owners in there, in that area, which had not been collected. So the county wanted to acquire it. Indian Trail had an interest, and the parties between the county and Indian Trail settled on that Indian Trail would release its uncollected assessments on the Unit 11 parcels. In return, the county offered this gift to Indian Trail. And so that was the decision made by a prior board to accept it. And at the time, there were some proposals to trail development, and there were concepts that were bandied around on why it was in the district's interest at the time, but they were never followed through on for 30 years, or 20 years, basically 20 years, excuse me. So the parcel has, as you know, an odd configuration, odd layout. It's 1.3 miles. It's 185 feet wide, and it's 29.8 acres. That Unit 11 or 14 has a grid pattern road, just like the rest of the development. And there are easements outside of this parcel. There are easements, but they were dedicated to the public only in Unit 14. That's the only area within the district in the original acreage area of the district. Royal Palm Beach County did not dedicate their roads to the public, but they are in this area. The lots are typically smaller on average. There are some that are the same size, some a little bigger on the average in the acreage, but they generally be average kind of around 1.15 acres instead of 1.25 acres. And the FPL parcel is a separate fee parcel. It's subject to an easement for FPL, but it is an actual fee, and which is unlike if you follow the FPL line north and south. Royal Palm Beach County treated it differently. They just divided up, basically treated as if it was part of the adjacent lots. So on all the lots to the north and to the south, as this one slashes right through the acreage, in the areas that were developed by Royal Palm Beach Colony, the parcels are already, the easement area is already part of the parcels. This is the only 1.3 mile stretch of that entire utility corridor that is not organized that way. Now it is usable. There are things that can be done with it, but the uses are very restricted, in part by the 1957 FPL easement agreement between the developer and actually it was between Maurice Fox, who was if you're familiar with the history of the acreage area, that name should ring a bell. He was one of the other shapers of the way this area developed. So all of that land that's now a lot of it, to the east of State Route 7 was Fox property. And Maurice Fox had a plan to build a gigantic Century Village. That was his plan. And he fought for decades. It was with the county over whether he could development approval on that. It took like 20 or 30 years before it was finally killed. But so that's part of the interesting history of this parcel. The FPL parcel prohibits buildings or structures. It also gives FPL the power to go in at any time to clear structures, trees, brush, or anything in there that might interfere with their power line. Agriculture is permitted, and the Palm Beach County, it's also subject to the Palm Beach County zoning code, which is its zoned agricultural residential, just like everything in the acreage is. So there is a question of what could be done under particularly the AR zoning has a very broad list of activities that could be done in there. Now, most of them you couldn't fit on this parcel because of its configuration, and that doesn't mean that Palm Beach County has no regulatory authority over what could be done there. And because it's zoned AR, it's primarily a quote residential zone. That's what AR is defined as. It is a residential zone, but it's a residential zone that allows a range of other kinds of agriculture, quote unquote, related, some of which can be fairly intense. You have, at the moment, from the district perspective, that entire strip is not in a water control plan. It is not, therefore, a work of the district. Although there are some works that are located within the strip, particularly roadways that cross at various points. And there's some canals that intersect going, I think they're north-south canals. So there are some public improvements in there, but those are not technically in a water control plan. So they're not technically yet works of the district. The areas being used for both those for roads, canals, and some bulk material storage. So there's some fill and temporary depositing of material for the benefit of the district on a couple of portions of that strip. It has maintenance costs, although they're currently minimal, and it hasn't really been maintained in any active way for a very long time until relatively recently, and it generates no assessment revenue to the district. Next. Hopefully it's coming up here soon. There we go. Well, how does the district go about disposing of its real property interest? The basic conclusion is, from a legal perspective, the district has the legal authority to, quote, dispose of, sell, or as Chapter 298.223 Florida statute says, sell, lease, convey, or transfer real or personal property. Indian Trails Special Act, which is Chapter 2002-003 of laws of Florida, also says that we may convey or dispose of real property. That once was an issue. There were certain special districts that did not have anything. There was no general statute as there is in 298.22. And also they did not have a power to dispose or convey of their property interests in their special act, but that issue was resolved. There is, however, no required procedure in the state law for how you go about conveying and disposing of your real property if you're local special district. That's not true for personal property. For personal property, equipment, trucks, and anything like that, not real property, there is a very detailed section of Florida statutes, Chapter 274, which does provide procedures and steps that you have to go through. There is an attorney general opinion, or attorney general's opinions, that in disposing of the property, first of all, you have to conform to the general requirements of the Florida Constitution that there be a valid public purpose for the disposal. And also for acquisition of property by the public. The AGO basically says that if you do dispose of it, and number one, it's a legislative decision. So there's a range of discretion that the board has in structuring the process for disposing, and also in terms of the terms of any deal, quote unquote, to dispose, should be advantageous to the district. And those are kind of very general terms. So you've got a wide range of discretion that you could follow in structuring the process. Now, the district in 2015 did exercise its authority to come up with procedures for disposing, and by adopting a surplus real property policy. The resolution that adopted the policy defined surplus to mean real property that is not immediately or foreseeably necessary or convenient to achieve the district's legislative purposes. So if it's not, if it's surplus, meaning it satisfies those requirements, and that should be based upon the advice of the district engineer that it's not necessary for achieving the district's legislative purposes. For example, if the property were in a water control plan, that would be evidence that it is a work of the district and is necessary. One would have to amend the water control plan to, at least for a substantial piece of property, to remove it from the water control plan before it could be disposed of. And disposition should be for some quote valuable consideration. Disposition does not mean giveaway. It's not like you can just give it away unless it's to another local government or governmental entity like the state or the county or a municipality. According to the policy, if the transfer is to an individual, consideration shall be for quote fair market value, and we'll proceed after this on a slide to discuss what that means. In this case, if the property is reasonably estimated to exceed 100,000, an independent appraisal is required. And the district engineer may recommend in retaining easements or other encumbrances on the property if it is disposed of, which we will be recommending to the board if it chooses to proceed this way. This is just a copy of the policy, which I've summarized some of the key points on it. So on to the next one. All right, so the board, at some point, we're going to ask that if you decide to proceed with disposing of the property, some decisions have to be made by the board. A value has to be assigned to the FP&L property. This is an exceptional situation. We're not creating any precedents at the moment because of the unusual character and the history of this particular parcel. The general policy is of the district has always been that we do not dispose of our interests in property in either easements or the district owns relatively little property in fee. It owns the parks, it owns this building, it owns certain drainage facilities, large drainage facilities, but we don't own a lot of fee interests. We do have many, many easement interests. And the policy says that you would treat easements, if you're going to dispose of them, in the same way as you would as if it were a real property fee interest. So that disposal has to be if it is surplus. And in terms of assigning value, there are different ways of assigning value to property. You can have a negotiated private sale. That is prohibited. The district is a public entity. The Sunshine Act would prohibit a negotiated private sale. We're not a private company. That happens all the time out there. They don't have to go through public bid, for example, which is something we could do as a district if the board so chose. An independent appraisal, one could use the results of an independent appraisal and one could also use, the district could also use, in terms of determining value, the assessed value of the property. And this property is currently assessed at $89,393 by the Palm Beach County Property Appraiser. This was last adjusted in 2019, I believe. If you trace back the history, it's shown on the property appraiser's records of how it was. So the property appraiser views it as having value, and that's the value that they've assigned to it. If the board chose, they could either do a public bid, open it up to everybody, and they could ask for an independent appraisal, and could also accept the results of an assessed value. Now, again, it's a legislative decision, so it requires some judgment what's in the best interest of the district in determining what value you wish to assign to the property or how you want to go about doing that. If it's to a private party, the policy does require compensation. Compensation is generally thought of in terms of monetary value, but there isn't a statutory mandate to determine what value is. Policy defines compensation at the moment, defines compensation as fair market value if the sale is to a private party. But how do we apply this concept of fair market value, and what is it to this particular parcel? You also have well, let's go on to the next slide and talk a little bit about it. So I went to the Google School of Real Estate Law, which like everybody does like these days, and came up with, I just wanted to see if I could get I have a concept that was given to me in law school 1,000 years ago about what fair market value is. Basically, it's and Google agreed that it's where you have a willing seller and a willing buyer in a free and open market with full disclosure, no unfair advantages, nothing undisclosed. It's an ideal kind of concept of what fair market value is. One could reasonably ask in this case of this particular parcel with its characteristics, whether fair market value is necessarily the only way to attach value to if you have to make a decision in terms of disposing of that value, there has to be some sort of value to the property. Typically with fair market value, there'd be a combination of approaches that would be combined to come up with a value estimate. Sales comps, the cost that if there's an evaluation going on by the buyer, what are the costs of operating, maintaining the property, paying taxes, that sort of thing, carrying costs, and then income potential. What would be the income potential? And the parties essentially would come to an agreement, they're bargaining. So it's a bargain and a negotiation, and, essentially what the seller would accept. That's end up is going to make a demand, and then they go back and forth, and they use this objective information generated that way to come up with a price. Now, there is a standard accepted way of appraising a corridor like this, a utility corridor or roadway corridor, and it's called the cross the fence method. And in a way, it's basically you're dealing with pieces of corridors that are essentially limited to like what we have here, a utility line going through. Could also be a roadway corridor. It could be any kind of stretches of, with long, thin canal corridors, that sort of thing. Pieces of those corridors might be carved off and conveyed because they wouldn't be immediately necessary to the function of the corridor. And so the railway lines going to Miami, and they're using, the example there is like in Miami, they're building, the railroad company is building or has sold off pieces for massive condo developments, and they're using that to subsidize their railroad operations. So it happens all the time, and there is a methodology for doing that. For your information, it was our conclusion in our office that the appraised value of $90,000 is very close to the 100,000. And that hadn't been updated in a while. So to err on the side of the best interest of the district, we have asked an appraiser to do an appraisal based on the across the fence method, but we don't have it hasn't been completed yet. We won't have that information until next week. So if the board wished to consider that, the fund, it will be available, but we don't have it tonight. I apologize. The next slide. Now, how would we determine what the district's compensation would be? Let's assume that if the value were based on the current assessed value of $89,000, $90,000, and there were estimating at the moment 28 new lots. Those lots each would be getting a portion of it, and then they would be pro rata. The value to the district would be $3,192 per lot. But it would be a portion based on the square footage of their lot that they'd be acquiring. So there's going to be variations. Some of them would be relatively minor. It depends on how the parcel is actually subdivided.
Frank, let me just ask you one question. This 29.79 and this figure is not taking into account the lots that we intend to keep?
Well, then we'd have to reapportion the 89,000 is the value of the whole
All of
parcel.
it, right?
It's the board's judgment. I would suggest that we not discount the acreage of the land we're going to be keeping. I mean, we are investing, for example, a large amount of staff time that needs to be compensated for in some way. One way to do that is just to spread if we end up with 26 lots, just take the 89,000 and divide it by 26 instead of by 28. But that's a recommendation. I mean, that's just that's an option for the board.
Frank, if we're talking about fair market value, well, first of all, the board hasn't directed which parcels we would want to keep. I know we've talked about it, but we haven't directed it. But so it's all hypothetical at this point. But if you're doing an appraisal on a lot and then we take out, I don't know, I'm just going to say 5 acres out of that. Is it really fair to say that it's fair market value for not taking that land, the apportioned land out? You know, I personally would object to that because the full 29 acres, whatever it is the assessed value. You start taking land out of that, that it's changing the appraisal. So I think
Changing the assessment. I mean, well, again, here we're using assessed value, not appraised value, but
I know, but you've asked for the appraisal to be done on the full 29.7976, correct?
yes.
Okay, so I think that that's really going to be a board discussion and decision. And I would argue that from a fair market value, it's based on the land that we're keeping and the land that we're going to dispose of. So we can't just take 90,000 and say we're going to get that out of, half the land. I don't think that's fair.
Well, we're the sellers.
Yes,
They're the buyers.
yes.
And when you're dealing with if it were a private real estate transaction, when does the seller take into consideration its reducing its value at all, really? What the buyer's interest would be certainly the buyer would like to see pay less money.
Yeah, I think it's something that the board is really going to have to delve into because I think there's some other things that we have to consider in terms of the cost of maintenance, the liability, those kinds of things. And then the fact that if it's not in a water control plan, then technically we don't even have the authority to do what we were intending on doing with respect to building a trail, for example, because we would have to amend that water control plan to put those things in there, and there's an expense to that. And then in exchange, we're getting land that we're going to be collecting assessments on that we currently do not collect assessments on, correct?
Yes, and that's
So-
why I emphasize that this was a legislative decision by
Right,
the board.
right.
So it's a
Okay.
policy issue
All right, so.
for the board.
yeah. Thank you, sir.
And I'll just add that, we already discussed with the residents that the cost of doing this was going to be incurred by the residents. So I don't think it's fair that not only are we going to hit them with those costs, but then the cost of the lots that we're keeping. So I
I
absolutely
think
agree.
that's another policy issue in terms of a legislative decision you have to make in assigning value. Again, these either appraised or assessed value is a component of the decision. I think clearly from my viewpoint, again, it's not statutorily mandated, but the the district should receive some cash for the value.
Are you referring to the land that we're keeping?
No, we should receive value for
What-
the disposal of the property.
Right, if the property that we're selling to the, right.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Now I'm going to recommend that we modify the policy to change that the only way to determine value is fair market value. This was drafted 10 years ago in a different context. I think if I remember, it was in the context of there was a proposal to sell an easement, like a road easement or a canal easement. And we didn't have any policy. So the board basically adopted the policy, but we didn't at the time we didn't go to Google to determine what fair market value meant at the time, or whether it was appropriate. It means something, but is it appropriate? It certainly applies to the general real estate market. Out there when people are buying, selling things of comparable value. But maybe not necessarily. You up to the board to decide, does it apply in this circumstance? Can you go on to the next one? And now these are some of the engineering issues I'm going to turn to Jay to address.
Thank you. I hope mine isn't quite as complicated as that, but Kenny, can you bring up the separate map that shows it so it's not so small? The first item on this issue is I did contact Palm Beach County Land Development Code.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's another file
Right.
yeah, that's what we're talking about. This version was too small to see for any.
Well, we can, let's talk about the first one. The first one is I did contact Palm Beach County and they did say that you can transfer, convey, sell, whatever the land to the private landowner without going through the subdivision code. If we had to go through subdivision, it makes it a whole lot more complicated. Now, later on, if the property owner wanted to combine lots to make it one lot instead of two separate assessed lots, they could do that, but then whatever they want to do would be up to them, not to us. We would be out of the process. So that makes it a lot cleaner for Indian Trail Improvement District. All right, I guess we'll just do it off of this one. If you can't find the other map, can you zoom in on the lower right-hand corner as far as you can? There are three general issues that Frank called out in this. That's good.
If you can see.
Orange lines refer to what Mr. Sweet prepared and presented to us. What I did was took his legal descriptions and we had a detailed discussion about this. And none of the things I'm going to bring up can't be resolved. These are just things that we will address. In the lower right-hand corner, you see the two orange trapezoids. Persimmon is the blue line on the bottom horizontal. The property lines are shown in white, and the way that Mr. Sweet described the furthest southeast parcel is the orange. My question is, should we use a green line which connects the property corner to the center of the easement? The general issue there is not this specific lot, but what lots do you want to modify and what exact description does the property owner want? For example, what are the pieces that Indian Trail wants to keep? That's the general line item of discussion. The second general item is you'll see the first street to the north of Persimmon, it's 51st, is the road easement, the thin small lines. This came off of the property appraiser and extrapolation, not, we had a survey prepared. I did not reproduce our survey. What I did was go directly from the property appraiser's GIS. You can see that the white road is not in the yellow easements, and it's also varying a little bit from what Mr. Sweet described. The general issue there, and Mr. Sweet and I had this conversation, is we will want to retain the roads where they are now, and if that means a different legal description, so be it. We might end up with more than a 60-foot easement just to make it easy for the description. That same general issue is true for all roads and all canals. We do have north, south, and east-west canals that we will want to retain 100% of the easement. We do not want to
We want
have
to retain 100%
of
of
the
the fee.
fee. We don't want to have land that we give to somebody and it's then an easement.
I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
go ahead.
Just repeat that one more time because Mr. Palin seemed like he changed something there.
Well, there's a lot of common lore is this is an easement. Yes, there is an easement, but we own the fee. And our advice is to retain the fee.
Right.
That area that's going to be under a road or a canal, part in transferred and other than that would be transferred to the adjacent homeowners and fee. But we're keeping the fee. We're not going to accept an easement interest when we have a fee. So we're not downgrading our interest. We're only going to be keeping that limited area, but it's going to be a fee interest. And they're public, if they're roads, they're public roads. So just keep that in mind. This is the only unit in which the roads are public roads dedicated by the developer. So we want to keep a public road.
But we own land in this strip.
I want to clarify, we do not have an easement on the other portions other than the roads and canals, correct?
No, we have
Do
easements.
we have easements?
They're easements, the roads are easements outside.
Okay. Other than the roads and the canal, on the strips, if you look in between the orange, do we have easements on that right now?
We own
any
the
of the-
strip.
I know we own it, but were there, prior to it turning over to Indian Trail, did we have easements on that land?
Can we go back to the second slide? Let's
Yeah.
go back to the plot
No,
plan. You can
the-
see it on the
the-
plot
the-
plan.
Yeah, basically where the poles are. Other than the roads and the canals, did we have an easement? Yeah, prior to, yeah.
All right, so if you look at the plot plan, there are, for the road and canal easements elsewhere, those are easements to Indian Trail outside of this parcel. Now, when they drew this, that you can see these little dotted lines that connect roadways as they go through. There might be a canal in there here and there, but those little dotted lines within the parcel are easements within our parcel, but we own the fee.
Okay, but we don't have, I'm trying to clarify that we do not have additional easements that run the whole corridor,
No, we have
on the
nothing.
diagonal. It's just those ones. Okay, thank you.
We, like everybody else, we're subject to the FPL easement, just like everybody else, so we can't use it for anything other than what FPL easement would allow us to do.
Can you go back to the engineering slide?
It's the joy of real estate law.
Yes. So
Yeah, sorry, there we go.
the first general engineering issue is where do you exactly want the lot lines? And then most of them, Mr. Sweet and I agree. Some of them need to be adjusted, especially where the roads are and where the canals are. We will keep fee in the easement. The third issue is some of these roads are actually outside of our easements, outside of the corridor because they curve. So there is the possibility that we could ask the landowners in those cases to grant us an easement or give exchange fee for that. And then we wouldn't, technically I don't want to get into legal issues. The roads have been there for so long. We could probably keep them there, but we prefer to have the easements over or own the land where the roads are. And that could be a compensation in value. So those are the three general engineering issues besides the fact that Palm Beach County said we can do this without going through subdivision.
Developer just didn't build the roads where he was supposed to. As shown on this plot plan. Through this parcel at least.
Also, I want to point out that there's like some curvy roads and that adds character. And apparently there was an effort some time ago from the district to start straightening those. And I think that's a terrible idea. I personally think it adds character in that area that we should try to keep. So
And slows people down.
it slows people down. Yeah, it's a natural. Now, some people would argue that I think that live there on some of those streets, they still fly down there, but it is character. So
We
Anyway.
agree with that. I mean, it's just that on paper, the curvy goes is not where the curvy is supposed to be.
Curvy.
Yeah. Yes.
I think unless there's questions on that, we could go to the next, I think, maybe final slide. I think there was one
wait a
more.
minute.
Oh, it was, do engineering, does a water control plan need to be made to do this? Right now, I don't think so, but we will have further consultation with legal to determine that. But since it wasn't in a water control plan and we would retain the roads and canals, which are in the water control plan, then we probably don't need to go through it, but I can't testify to that.
Any changes we think would all be minor amendments to
Yeah.
water control plans. It could be done administratively, more or less.
All right, so the last slide.
This is the last slide, yes. Well, I think we've established from, at least from our perspective, in terms of your direction to us, that the district does have the legal authority to dispose of this real property. That we have to comply with the policy of the board that exists. We would recommend that the policy be amended in the future to, when it comes to valuable consideration, to say essentially valuable consideration, just add the clause, including but not limited to fair market value. So to make clear that you have that discretion. I think that was the intent. It was never intended to limit it to one way. And it's certainly not, state law doesn't require one way to calculate value. We would like to have formal written commitments with each of the landowners. It'd be very simple letter agreement, but we have the list of people, and Mr. Sweet has already spoken to everyone as far as I know. But we need to have it confirmed. There will be a bunch of little real estate transactions. So there has some formalities that we would like to comply with. In particular, that once people agree to this, they're bound to this. We, as much as possible, do not want to have a patchwork of parcels that, some are being transferred, some that are not, and the ones that we have to keep, we're going to have to continue to maintain, fence, all of those. So, it's in the district's interest as much as possible to have firm commitments from folks. We've got verbal commitments, but we don't have it in writing yet.
Frank, let me just interrupt you for a
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
Are you looking for these commitments before they know what the cost is going to be?
No,
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
no, I'm not. It's going to be like a one-page contract. By that time, we'll know what the lots are. We'll know what the costs are. We'll have a dollar value, just like we're not going to do bar contracts, the kind of
Right.
Multi-page thing
Right.
that you get when you buy your house. But, but we do need to have some kind of written, real estate transactions generally have to be in writing.
Well, I understand that as far as the contract goes, but you're saying that you want a written commitment to accept the parcel is in addition to the contract? So in other
No,
words.
no, that is the
okay, I just wanted
contract.
to clarify that. Okay.
That
I
is,
just
that
wanna
is
make sure.
the contract is the commitment.
Right, okay.
We'd recommend that there be some advance or somehow if people are bound, that there be some kind of down payment. I don't know this is something to talk about in terms of a discussion that, people will, let's assume that the price is eventually like $3,000. I mean, do you want to have an upfront 10%, $300? I mean, something that's in addition to just a contract with a signature on it, there's actually some funds transferred as part of the transaction with a balance due at a
Commitment,
closing
yeah.
sometime in the future.
And it would sit in escrow, Supervisor Farrell is saying it would sit in escrow.
Absolutely, yeah.
And be part of the total. Okay.
Yes, with credit to the full purchase
Sure.
price. And there should be some kind of drop dead date on this thing. We can't let this thing go on and on and on. It's been going on and on and on for a long time now.
I think everybody agrees with that, including everybody behind this.
Question.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're doing the fair market value and we're going to also include any legal fee, engineering review, title company processing. That's all going to be included in that price that they would have to put the escrow on?
We have to figure out how to, we've already had discussions with Mr. Sweet about the reimbursement of professional fees and costs that have accumulated to this point and that might accumulate in the future. Now, we're committed to minimizing future. I mean, I think that from now on, the main cost might be for the engineering in terms of defining the boundaries of these parcels and getting agreement on, where the lines are going to be drawn. And that's basically it is a subdivision. But it doesn't have to go through the formal county process on it. And we can talk about how to use the reimbursement perhaps of the accumulated cost as part of the value that the district is receiving. It's something to be talked about. We haven't tried to work out how to do that, but I just want to raise the issue for the board to discuss how you want us to do that. We're going to recommend that there be a restrictive covenant in some way on the future use of these parcels, which we can do since we're the owner. We could impose a covenant on even though it's a quitclaim deed, it can have covenants on it. My concern is the county zoning. If these parcels are exclusively to be used for residential purposes, I mean, accessory to residential, you can't build a residence on it, but you can add it to a residential lot. The AR zoning first of all, county controls what you can do in the zone. We don't have land use controls. We're an owner and we can impose a restrictive covenant, but we can't control how the county regulates the land use. There are some potentially nasty things that the county could do. I'm not saying they are or that they would, but they might, which would not be in the interest of the community, I think, or the district. That I don't want to mention things, but because I don't want to give anybody ideas out there in the county, but I would just make sure that if we're talking about agricultural production, like if you want to have grazing or field crops on the parcel, we're certainly going to, it already can be used for roads and canals and public utilities because that's what it is. And that's part of the FP&L easement. They said that you could put utilities through it, for example, in the future. That easement agreement with FP&L was 1957, so 50, you're nearly in the 50s, so that's a long, long time ago. We'll give more thought to that this is really just a policy issue for the board to consider. Do you wish to transfer the property subject to some kind of a restriction that would limit the future use to the things that people currently say they want to use it for? which would be agricultural or, well, the kind of agriculture that would be appropriate in a residential community or the area. Not the kind of, some of the stuff that you can get in the AR zone that isn't. It's much more intense. Then, what if it's just some contingency? Do we have to think about if the land isn't going to, if the participation isn't universal? Then it really kind of depends on where these parcels would be located that people would reject. Is it all or nothing, or is there some other way of looking at that? So the district doesn't end up with a long-term maintenance problem. The goal of this is to get rid of this property, all of it, hopefully, except for the pieces that we really need. And then, yes, ma'am.
So just to move this along, because I don't see on here, basically a recommendation. I know we asked for your legal opinion, but I think it's difficult for us as a board to give final direction on this without actually having an idea of what staff recommendation is about the individual parcels that we would be interested in retaining, because it doesn't make sense that we're moving forward and we haven't identified that. I'm sure, I just think that that's a critical piece. The board needs to agree to that,
I think
that direction. And before any more work is spent on that, I think.
I don't want to interrupt you, but Mr. Foy and Mr. Hanson have identified pieces of this corridor that they would definitely like to retain.
Okay, but those need to be presented to us for us to agree.
Well, they're on that map, but we didn't see the whole thing. That's the difficulty of showing 1.3 miles at that level of detail. But yes, they're on there.
Can you bring that map back up? Yes, and
You gotta blow it up.
And I'd like to know, as part of that discussion, if the intention of staff, like what the recommendation is for keeping it, because I don't agree with the way we were using some of the land with stockpiling millings.
if you go all the way up to the north, the first piece of land
60th Street.
at 60th there, it's, if you zoom in far enough, you'll see that first big trapezoid is identified as Indian Trail Improvement District. I don't know that you can read it on this scale, but the first trapezoid on the top of the sheet is Indian Trail. And then you can see it near the bottom of that where the millings are. Is that where the millings are? I believe it is. Where the millings are, right there. Yeah, where the cursor is. Those were the two pieces that would be Indian Trail Improvement District.
They're accessible to roadways. No, that's would be critical.
So the other thing is, how are we going to deal with like the one that's closest to 60th? That particular parcel, that young man, I'm not sure if he's here tonight, but he did express an interest in wanting to keep the parcel that would adjoin his property. And so, that we have to be fair in offering, but we're saying we want to keep certain parcels. And again, I don't agree to using this land for stockpiling construction materials. I know we don't have anything over there, but the way that we've done it, it just, in my opinion, I would not like that beside my house. I don't think it's right. And the board was not aware of that, and we never approved that. And the residents thought it was a temporary thing, and it turned into a more permanent thing. So, that's a problem. And we've had this issue elsewhere in the district as well. So if that's the intent of why you're recommending to keep it, then I don't support that. I do understand the 60th portion. I would also understand persimmon, but I want to know what staff is recommending, because I think we have to be fair and honest and transparent from the beginning about what we're actually doing. So. And are we giving direction today? Is that what we're looking to do?
Through the chair, thanks. I was waiting. I wasn't sure if you were done. So I believe today we're just looking for general consensus so we can wrap this together, work with Mr. Sweet
Yeah.
on coming back with a formal package for the board to approve. So, but just quickly, because I have one more slide, but I'll get to that after I answer the question. So 60th, those two parcels, are for future are key, especially as the county expands. 60th Street. If we need room or anything for a potential inverted siphon and any future land acquisition that could occur in the general area, that's why we want to keep that top parcel. Mr. Robinson and I talked about that. We're going to be taking those out. Those were supposed to be temporary. When we're working in that general vicinity, it gives us an area to stockpile or even store equipment while we're in that area without having to do it like on canal banks or things like that, or off the roadway. So, and that's something that we can protect with fencing or also shield neighbors from looking at that. And yeah, originally we were just looking at those two sites, but after discussing it a little bit more with staff and with legal and engineering, I do think that we should look at the persimmon, the parcel there, just because of potential issues in the future. Sorry, did that answer? Did I hit all your? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and we'll. Yes, and then, so are you done, Mr. Ford? Because
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I want just, Burge, may I just add one last thing. It's our recommendation that our firm does not wish to assume responsibility of going through the closing process on all of these. And that if the landowners really should retain a responsible title company to handle, the documents need to be done correctly. That's our concern. It's all done correctly. And I think the best way to do that is to have an outside entity take care of it. And we won't do it in-house. So if any concern about increasing fees and all that, no, we don't intend to get involved in that if we possibly can, but we would like to have the landowners consider obtaining their own title company or comparable. We will have a continuing sort of role in it, but we're not going to handle the real estate closing. We prefer not to handle the real estate closing portion of it.
yeah, and I believe that is to make it less expensive.
Normally helps, and the buyer will hire their own title company. Okay,
Thank you. So just quickly,
I'm sorry, 1 second, Mr. Vesley has a question.
I guess my biggest concern is, and I'm sure Mr. Sweet will address this, I'm sure he's going to speak. How many residents are on board? And is there any dissent from any residents who don't want to be a part of this, which may pose a problem with boundaries?
That's possibly, but at the moment, we're not asking the landowners to commit themselves yet. They need more. We both need more information about
Obviously,
exactly what the details are.
once we get the appraisal and figure out, you know, the individual lot prices and things, but I would think that there's probably been plenty of conversation on Mr. Sweet's end with everyone involved with this. You have a pretty good idea, and I'll let you talk about it when it's time for you to speak. That's like my biggest concern. And just like you guys, I want this over with. This has been going on a long time, and I think we're getting there. And you know, we got a lot of other things we got to deal with, so I'd like to get this done ASAP.
thank you. So at the last, it wasn't the last board meeting, but when we first brought this forward, Ms. Argue, I believe, had asked for the district engineer and staff to put together potential costs of what we spent so far and what any future capital costs would be. And then, of course, what we feel the annual maintenance would also be. So the top row is the cost summary, and it changed. It shouldn't be to due, it's to date. So that is, so far we've spent approximately 120,000, a little over 120,000, but that includes our labor, not outside labor, our equipment. So that's fuel, maintenance, all of that. And then we did do a survey, and we also we did hire outside debris removal. So that's all contained. That's what we spent to clear up to the point where we stopped it. Then the bottom is a future capital, which would be, fencing with gates, because we'd have to put gates at various locations for FPL access, as well as our own driveway culverts to access on the property, or for any canal crossings. There is a section of this where approximately about a third of an acre is used for drainage from one of the private properties. And then the rest of it would be to clear remaining lots. And the annual maintenance costs, and this would just be flat mowing approximately twice a year, which means we're taking out anything that's within our property line and just doing flat mowing, similar to what we do with canals to keep it maintained, be approximately 11,000. But every year that would also increase depending upon inflation, as well as any other in-house costs. However, we are coming forward with we're distributing RFP for stormwater mowing, and this would probably be part of that if the board decides, well, you want to keep it.
I don't see how the fencing of a mile-long stretch is only gonna be $80,000. There's no way. Are you talking about just the north end and the south end? That's it?
No, it would be perimeter fencing, but we
Yeah,
would
I
do some of the we would do some of the labor of that. So
That's just material.
it's
Okay,
material.
all right, because some fencing estimates that are
Want to hire.
almost that much. Yeah, exactly.
So, and again, these are cost estimates. So, so I do want to talk about a couple of things, and I've had this conversation, Mr. Foy and I've had this conversation. So while there is a fair market value to this, I would also, and then Ms. Argy brought it up, there's cost avoidance here with capital projects, but this is also could be considered a net liability to the district as well. And again, I'm not an appraiser, but I would argue that, the only value to this land are for the adjacent property owners. Somebody's not going to come in there and buy the 29 acres, because you're only going to be able to use strips of it, and it's very regulated in the AR zoning, as Mr. Palin. So I think that's something that the board should also consider when you're looking at whatever this appraisal is and what you want to charge or what you
Right,
may.
because they're not gonna look at that.
charge potential landowners
Mhm.
adjacent if they are open to buying.
So I understand that, we're doing the appraisal because legal
Yes.
thinks we should, but it's up to us what we're gonna value it. It's not necessarily up to them. Okay, fantastic. I wanted to give Mr. Sweet, Jay, using my J's. Mr. Sweet, an opportunity to talk. Are we okay with moving public comment, because it is 7:30? So are we okay with we're just gonna give Mr. Sweet a couple of minutes just to, you know, wrap it up.
Thank you. Let me just address a couple issues and answer a couple of questions. You've already ordered an appraisal, so it'll be what it'll be. But what I will say is across the corridor appraisals often take into things such as what you can do under the ground. When you got this, the county deeded it to you. The county retained all gas, oil, and mineral rights. So there's no value under the ground in that sense, because the county said, no, if there's gonna be value there, we're gonna keep it. They didn't give it to you. And in Miami, where a lot of this is happening over the railroad, they're selling air rights. No one's gonna build a condo up above a power line. So the air rights really don't, there's nothing there. So the property is basically, what value is aesthetic for the adjacent property owners. And when you know what was there before, people are basically mowing it, keeping it. There's always going to be potentially the one person who may not keep it the way you want, but that's what code enforcement is for. And I'll leave it at that. I have personally talked to all but about 4 people, but other people in the group have talked to them except for one. And that's because last month, one of the properties changed hands. And I mailed them a letter, but I haven't heard back yet. And I will go knock on their door probably this weekend because they have taken possession and so forth. And we will see where they are. I have talked with Mr. Foy. To address those issues, this is a very unusual situation, as Frank put out. My father was the county surveyor at one time, and so I know some of the history of this, and the people who sold this, they had different ideas, and we'll leave it at that. All that being said, the thing is just to put this behind us. When I first talked to everybody, and I had talked to a bunch of them at the Hamlin House one time, and people were not happy. They were upset. And I got a hold of them. I said, look, I got a copy of what the district said. And basically, if I read the district rule, here's how many acres, here's how much it is, and the property appraiser, that's 6.8 cents a square foot. It's pretty easy math to figure out. Okay. With the district's going to be keeping, based on our discussions, now I understand that may change now, but the discussion was this would be keeping about 1/3 of the property. But you take time, the roads and everything out. Now, not to get overly technical, everybody's back property line, if you're in the southeast quarter, is off the section line by Persimmon. And if you're on the north, it's off the section line off of 60th. And what we had proposed, I had proposed, was to use those as sort of the control points, so that way your back property lines match, and then come forward to where the right of way would be. And if we needed to make it, instead of a 60-foot right of way, a 65-foot right of way or whatever, to adjust it so that the road and the improvements are in there. That's, nobody's arguing 5 feet, 10 feet here. I will say, though, I think it is in the district's best interest. You had a surveyor survey this, and your staff shared that with me. Your surveyor has gone out there with a GPS, and he has this. My suggestion, if I was working for you and consulting with you, my suggestion to the district would be that you should go out there, and those asphalt roads, which are not built where the original easements were, go out there where your property line comes across. Basically, you put a nail in the middle of the road, your surveyor figures out the center line, he does the radius, offsets the line, and he creates that map for you. So you know exactly where it is and however wide you need to make it. And the legal descriptions are real simple: bounded on the north by this line, on either side of the FPL line, and according to this map, which we'll record, there it is. And keep it really simple for the residents to understand, simple for the district to be able to enforce. Okay. So the biggest concern in talking to everybody about this, nobody wants to pay after their fences are ripped down. I mean, that's just common. Okay. But I did tell everybody, I said, look, this is what it says. And, in my opinion, the worst possible outcome is that we take this and we figure out what the cost is. That being said, there has to be a stop as to what the expense is. the idea, well, all future expenses, all current expenses, well, wait a second, time out. You know, and for us to pay what you keep, that's just fundamentally not fair. And we're looking to do the fair thing. I will tell you that in my conversations with everybody, they're not happy with the idea that they're gonna have to pay to get it back. That doesn't mean they won't. But it's got to be reasonable, and it's got to be so that we know what the end result is going to be. It can't be give us a letter, and I know Frank just said he's not saying that, but give us a letter that you want it, and we'll tell you later what the cost is going to be. There's got to be equity here, and so I think that's where we're at. Once you decide, and I would suggest you could decide tonight as far as the value, the assessment, the acreage, divide it per square foot. Then we can go ahead. We can meet with staff. Staff can figure out, we need this, we don't need that, so forth. I do believe that the roads, especially that are paved, you all built them. If they're in the wrong spot, I don't think the residents should have to bear the cost of locating those, so that a proper easement can be. And I won't say, let me, I want to say easement, so the proper fee ownership can be retained. If you want to talk to individual properties about give us 5 feet off the front of yours and we'll, the horse trade. I'm not going to get into that because that becomes a one-on-one situation. Some people will say, probably, maybe that's a good idea. Some won't. So there's where we're at. I mean, in front of my house specifically, there was a huge curve. FPL, when they hardened the lines, moved the poles way to the north. I have a straight road now. Okay. Which means part of your road isn't within the area, but that's an easy fix. We just offset that line. And so what you lose here, you make up here. That is easy. I will answer any questions you have if anybody has any. But we have, it's, as you can imagine, we've got, I think, 26 owners, parcels, and to keep them all at the same, and especially as people are buying and selling and so forth. We've had two ownership changes since this whole thing started. And so the first one that changed, they are in favor of it. They happen to be on Persimmon. And I know that there was a discussion with staff at one time. Should you keep some extra from Persimmon? Should you not? It's your policy. But we need to know something with a surety. And that's what we need for you more than anything.
So, a question for legal. We can't vote on a decision. We can give direction for staff to bring back for the next meeting because this is on as a presentation. So I think, I'd like to give direction to staff to bring back that formal recommendation resolution for the board to consider at the next meeting. And I know, and I appreciate all your patience. But we have to make sure that we're following the right rules and that it would withstand any sort of challenge. So we can't make a final decision tonight, other than giving direction. But I also don't want this dragging out another couple of months. So is it possible that if we gave the direction tonight, that it can come back to the next meeting for us to vote on? And then on the expense part of it, I think we have to be fair. Some of the expense is not a direct result of what we're discussing for the residents. Some of the expense is a direct result of the fact that the district has this and that we took some actions. And I don't think that's a burden of the landowners. And I do agree that there were some things that we did and some value to those landowners. Unfortunately, that, you know, takes away from that situation. So,
Agree.
and I'm just trying to say that delicately, because I know that there is some upset feelings about that. You can't replace some of those trees that were torn down, that were cut down. And there's value in those trees that were cut down. So, I personally, I want to know definitively in terms of the board's position on what pieces of property we agree to keep and also have an agreement what it will be used for and not used for. And then give the direction to staff to bring back at the next meeting the resolutions and whatever else we need to move to the next step. And I think you said you'll have the appraisal by then as well. So and I think I'd like to hear from, I think we had a consensus, but I'd like to hear from the rest of the board members that they agree that about the taking land out and fair market value or how we're calculating that. And of course, the final consideration of value will be once we review that appraisal and discuss everything, you know, and take everything into consideration in terms of current expenses, potential future expenses if we do nothing. And then, you know, if we move forward, where that puts us. I think we're in a much better situation if we get rid of the property. So, but I also agree to keeping some strategic pieces of property. I just don't want construction materials and the way that we've been using it, unless it's temporary, like extremely temporary, not 5 years temporary. You know, you're doing a project, you're on a street in that area, that's fine, but it shouldn't be there for 5 years. So that's my personal opinion.
Would agree.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Just quickly, can we say, speaking on behalf of Mr. Palin and everything that's going on right now with their firm, we will try to get it to you on October 15th, our next meeting date, but just, you know, if we can't, then you may need to, if you'd like, call a special meeting after that date, so you don't have to wait till the November meeting, but, you know.
Under the
this-
circumstances,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Let me just ask, like, how much legal work do you think is left to do besides the appraisal? You've got the appraisal to come back, you've done your legal opinion. It sounds like we've worked out most of the legal descriptions. We have some adjustments to do. But how much more work and time do we need to get that done?
It's hard to tell at the moment. I mean, we have no intention of dragging it out. We want to get it off our desk, so
Yeah,
we'll make an effort to bring something back in October, but I can't commit it just at the moment.
okay.
We need to meet with Mr. Sweet and go over details on how to frame it properly that hopefully satisfy both sides.
And I understand resources right now and unexpected situations, and I think we have to be sensitive to that, but that's also not you know, the residents are restless. They want this dealt with. So if there's any way that we can help you with that, you know, if it means, like you referred to, having an outside entity handling, you know, then let's look at that. If we have to turn it over to another firm, then let's look at that so that we can try and expedite it.
I don't think we're considering turning over to a law firm. It would just be we'd prefer if the residents get together with, like Mr. Sweet, and find
Their own, okay,
someone to handle the technical aspects
I
of
think we would
that.
prefer that too.
right, okay.
I agree.
But I'm just saying, in terms of what is left for legal and engineering to do, to bring back to the board for us to give final resolution and direction so we can get this going. Because we also will want to set a date, right? A date certain in terms of, you know, whether we're going to give it 6 months or 4 months, whatever. We do need to, every month just pushes it forward, so.
Yeah, there's just to respond to engineering, I'm in agreement with Mr. Sweet's suggestion to have a surveyor go out there, the same surveyor that did the survey for us. It's question of are they available? How quick can they do it? And, you know, they're not without business, so it'll take a little time. We may not be able to get that ready, but we could get the general format. We won't necessarily have the exact legals ready by next meeting, but we can get the background done.
We can get it to a point where sort of fill in the blank as soon as they have the information to us.
Correct.
And I think we can settle on the value question, at least the option for the board.
Okay, well, I think those are the most important things. And then everything will, after that would be more of closing issues. So good, we're good. And of
Thank
course,
you.
you guys will all continue to communicate. I'd like the attorneys and the engineers to communicate with each of us individually as the process goes on. When you've got the appraisal, let us know.
Yes.
This way we can discern the information prior to the meeting, with plenty of time to consider it, maybe speak to Mr. Sweet and all that. So
It may be available next week.
beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. And Michael
So the,
and 60.
and through the chair, I'll also go back through with engineering and legal again, because initially I didn't think we needed persimmon, but I'll.
Okay.
But
If-
we'll
if
still
we-
look at it. and
Right.
do
If
it.
we don't, then
Consideration.
great, because the landowner would like it, but that's a conversation that we'll have. All right. Well,
All right.
We'll talk about the
Yeah,
persimmon.
I kind of,
With regard to persimmons, there's,
that's,
we'll talk about how much. We don't necessarily need to maintain an entire lot.
Just one last thing that I haven't heard talked about, and I want to make sure that there are no future that we have language in the quitclaim deed that protects Indian Trail from any future anything coming back to us with respect to contamination, because anybody who knows the history of that property knows that long before it was turned over to us, it was used as a dumping area, and I don't want that coming back on the district being responsible for any of that. So if there's some kind of legal language that can protect the district with respect to that, that would be good.
Question for Mr. Hanson in regards to what Ms. Argue brought up about fences and trees. And I know that the district took some of that out, but wasn't that kind of forced upon us by the county of some sort with code violations and things like that?
Yes, there's two parts.
I just
to it
want
with,
to reiterate that one more time.
So there's two parts to it. Number one, there's liability because it is our property that was put on there. Then number two, there were structured, whether they were fences or other things that were placed on that property that were code violations that, and because we're the property owner, that would fall upon us. But the county did not pursue anything as we're going through this process.
What do you mean by that? The county did not pursue anything?
Well, they didn't give us a
'Cause we agreed
violation
to-
because we were going through to clear it out. So, because we had advanced meetings with the county staff.
And if we didn't clear anything out,
Well, then we would have been.
I'm saying if we did not, then we would have had
Right.
issues with the county. So it's not like,
They would say clear out trees,
Right.
but we directed that.
right, because of liability.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
so there was a reason behind clearing out the trees and a lot of that stuff. Okay. It's not like we wanted to do that. Okay.
I need to interject one thing real quick on that, because several of our people have gone to see attorneys and so forth. And there is a question because the county issued permits for some of those fences. And even on Coconut, they issued a permit for a fence within the right of way after they deeded it to you. And so I've actually got, talked to an attorney, and I didn't want to do this, but the fact is that as we look at the prices, there is another avenue for us that will not help everybody, but will help quite a few, because we can prove that the county did things that they shouldn't have done and that people relied upon them. And I'll let your attorney if he wants to, but what I was told, the statute of frauds could apply here. We're trying to avoid that because, number one, if we have to sue you, you're just going to try and tax us more money to pay the bill. So that doesn't make any sense for us to do that. And if we're here to, that we can make an equitable arrangement, we should do it. But the fact is, everything that was taken out wasn't necessary to be taken out. Doesn't mean there wasn't things that need to be done. I'm not saying that. But you have to understand, and that's why there are certain people that their fence is still there, because there was intervention. There was things that were done well beyond what you needed to do to protect yourself from the county. And those things there should be some sort of compensation for that, whether it's on a parcel by parcel, which personally I would be fine with, or if it's at a general, because that's just easier to do it for everybody. I think that's important. And just, I'm gonna say one more thing. One of the things I did, and I think you all got it, I gave it a little draft partial resolution with a bunch of whereases. And I'm very familiar with this process because I do abandonments and vacations all the time as part of my regular course of business. And one of the things that we always do is we do a whereas that sets forth the predicate of what, so that it doesn't come back to bite you. So that you can show that it's unique and it's very specific to this only, so that you haven't established any precedent. So I want, and that was the reason I sent that to you all, to understand that we understand that we don't want to set precedent. Remember, we're not just a group of property owners. The majority of us have lived here for more than 35 years. Okay, we're part of the community. We want to be part of the community. We don't want to cause trouble. We don't want to raise taxes basically because of something. So just take all that into consideration. I had to relieve myself of that before I go.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you for your patience. Okay. We're gonna call for public comment now because we're way behind and I don't want everyone to have to continue to sit here if they don't need to. So Scarlett, do you have cards? And do we have any from online that were sent in advance? Excellent. Well, let's do the people in the room first, please.
First person. I see we have nice new furniture. Pia Scorin, Orange Grove Boulevard. And I'm not even sure this is coming up on discussion, but I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the Citrus Grove Halloween. And I saw a write-up that wasn't exactly accurate, at least as far as I know. So as far as I know, ALA had an event in the park last year, not on the road. They weren't responsible for the road. There was no bounce house. There were definitely no Jell-O shots in the park. It was a very nice event. I heard there's a big dollar amount for a permit being asked now and for PBSO services. So I'm curious what entity would provide that permit, because it's basically been a neighborhood sort of block party without any kind of a permit, as far as I know. And I don't understand what precipitated this year. Why would PBSO devote the same amount of resources to shut it down as to allow the community to have a good event? The Christian Fellowship Church has PBSO coverage every Sunday, both here on 441 and in Palm Beach Gardens. So this is a community event here. I think that, you know, they ought to step up and do what they've done in the past for us. Similarly, so we seem to be making this event about who's going to be responsible if something goes wrong. So nothing really has gone wrong in the past, and I think it's been handled well. Certainly preventative and safety means we have to work together to make that happen. But I don't understand why ITID is getting involved in something that's been a neighborhood thing. Are you getting pushback from PBSO? They don't want to do it this year, because last year they seemed to be all into it. So the communication last year when we were in the park with PBSO was very good. As far as I know, there were no issues communicated to us at the event or after the event. And if you're planning to shut this down, or if there is a plan to shut this down, we need to let the community know, because it's going to be a big mess out there if people just show up and there's no advance notice. So I really implore you, don't wait till the end. If that's what's, you think is going to happen, let's get the word out there, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I'm not addressing that. Miss Argue had to leave. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep.
You're welcome. Good night, guys.
I did have some questions on 6.3. I'm sorry.
Alex.
Wait a second.
Hold on, because it's hard to hear. So normally during presentation, but go ahead. We don't do,
A couple. I'm not.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
I won't try to abuse.
right.
it.
We're not going to answer questions, but I'm happy to talk to you later. You have my number.
Well, you guys can write me a letter. He can, Mr. Hanson. He can answer them later on, but because they said, Mr. Vazzalotti said we need to get this off the board. I wondered when it came to the board, how, did this just come up in the last few months? Or we've decided we want to get rid of this land, we want to dispose of this land. I did try to read a little bit about it, this much, but there's so many questions with this. I like the drop dead clause. That's my favorite one. I think that's everywhere in this county when it comes to the constituents of the county. It is the drop dead clause. We can all drop dead. We're not going to get any answers. Just a personal opinion. But I wondered about the easements, the people who live nearby, the millings. Is somebody going to park trucks there? Because I see a lot of questions coming up with these 29 acres that could be presented to all of us, the board, you guys. So hopefully this is a bunch you'll address, and I guess I'll follow it up. I never try to leave a paper trail, I swear. But I will. I'll send an email to you all and say, all right, what do you think? Because I have about 27 questions about these 29 acres that could turn into a nightmare for the people of Indian Trail. So I thank you for that. But anyway, you want me to do public comment now, right? You want to, all right. The one thing I'm worried about is I went to the traffic thingy the other night and I saw the same thing 20 years ago. I swear, almost verbatim, only the road was Forest Hill and the light rail was going to be on Forest Hill. And then Wellington was where we were going to park all the cars while everybody got on the light rail to go downtown. But this can't make this up. I did ask the young lady to go find the original presentation. It was done 20 years ago because it makes me laugh how we keep making our mistakes. We do not follow history. We keep doing it over and over and over again. Because guess what? The county has to stop building for about 8 years and then fix the problem and then go do this because we are overbuilding over. Right here, our nightmare, because there were only supposed to be 600 houses in Walsey World, 400 houses at Calorie Judge Groves. That was our comp plan. That was the comp plan. We never follow the comp plan. We ignore it and throw it away. We got 100 houses going to go in at the end of Sycamore and 180th there. Allen Black, sorry. There's too many roads, too many things, but there's a lot of history out here. I think one thing, I don't think that the cross section on like the ALA wants to change some rules. Does anybody have the original ALA? What we were trying to do with the neighborhood plan? Because I asked everybody if they had the original copy of the neighborhood plan, the original, not what we've devised along the way because somebody wanted a gas station in 04 and somebody wanted something else, because I think a good cross section would be nice. Maybe something at the high school where you ask everybody, you put out a sign. I don't know if Indian Trail wants to do it in conjunction with the ALA, but everybody ought to get asked, what do they want? It's like Mr. Sweet said, 30 years plus. That's us. We don't move every 5 years. And the people, what's really funny in our history, what really makes me laugh is traffic lights and crossings were done by people who were real PIAs and then moved away. They do not live with the consequences. everybody who stays here lives with the consequences. I don't want to live with any more consequences. I am one of the most angry, horrible women you're ever going to meet. I really am. You have no idea. I will go into a lawsuit. I will take it to the dirt. And if I don't want it, it's not going to come. The one thing, if I tell you it ain't coming, it ain't coming. There's a lot of people who know me know this already. So let's get people together so they can kind of mash this stuff out. Just mash it out. And everybody get an idea of what everybody would like. And then try to give a piece to everybody where they're a little bit happy, because that's not what's going on out here. I get a lot of people yelling at me. When a county employee comes up and hugs me and thanks me for paying attention, that's scary. I don't work for the county. I'm a housewife. But guess what? It's been left in my lap many, many times over the last 30 years. So keep that in mind and get an idea for everyone. And thank you for letting me ask about the 29 acres, because that's scary too.
Yep. Don't worry, we got it. Thank you, Alex.
Lisa Johnson has a card in, and so does Charles Johnson, and he wants to defer his time.
First, I have a question. The supervisor business, is that involving Halloween discussion? Number 7, it was added to the agenda today.
It's always on the agenda. Okay.
Was that, oh, okay. What happened was, 11.4 was deleted because Bob withdrew the permit. And then it was added as 7.2 this afternoon. It was there, Halloween on Citrus Grove. And then it disappeared. Yeah. It was there this afternoon, 7.2.
Shouldn't have been.
And it was deleted. It didn't say delete it.
It wasn't re-added after the permit was pulled, but go ahead.
Okay. So is supervisor business discussion only going to include Halloween, Citrus Grove today?
Supervisor business is for each individual supervisor, and it's mostly to discuss whatever the supervisors wish to discuss. It's not anything specific. It is not an agenda item. We've been doing this at every single meeting.
but
We just moved it up.
Okay. Is anybody going to be discussing Halloween today?
You
But
could
we-
discuss it right now.
No, I mean that we need to stay for after public comment.
After public comment, I'm going to have some responses, but not until everybody's
Okay,
done.
so we should stay for that because that was a question people were wondering. Okay, so my big thing is communication. I'm fed up with the communication, and a lot of you may think that Halloween isn't on Citrus Grove isn't your problem, and you really don't want to discuss it, but it's important to our community. And I have questions I feel I can't get answers. I can stand up here and I could say this, that, and the other thing, but I'm standing up here and I'm not getting any answers. So, you know, there's a couple things like what's going on with the law firm. Where does the 60,000 come from? I was told that it's county money, that it's tax money that'll pay for this. So why are we concerned that we don't have to pay the 60,000 for blocks for the, you know, I'm confused and I want questions, just like the new system. How do I look up permits? How do I see that the food trucks have permits? They're parking everywhere now. Okay, but I'll go back to what I wrote. So mostly this is in regards to Halloween Citrus Grove, which was agenda 11.4 tonight. But it's really communication in general. That's why I'm here. I made a simple Facebook post because I anticipated issues after speaking to Captain Robert Sant. And my post was simple. It read, Halloween on Citrus Grove Boulevard, November 31st, 2025 update. Community members interested in preserving our annual event, please attend with this date and time and address, because it was supposed to be on here. So it was a simple post. And the reason that I did it, well, there was 12 attachments. So I specifically made the post so that our community would be informed with respectfully within a 6-week window. It's coming really quick. And a lot of people don't realize how time is passing us. There are a few people here, so I'm glad the posts did bring them. This event is a 20+ family community tradition, which brings joy and unites the community. So I asked on Facebook to you, Elizabeth, communication to the community in a timely fashion is imperative. Do you agree? And your answer was, there is another meeting next month with PBSO to obtain document determination, and those will be presented to the community. The specific meeting date with PBSO is October 9th, and the next Indian Trail meeting is October 15th. So that's just like 2 weeks before the event. That may not take place. Think about that. That's only 2 weeks. So that, let me go on here. I didn't know if, because I did see the 7.2 was added for Halloween in Citrus Grove. And then when I went back, I saw the 7.0 supervisors business discussion only. So I didn't know what happened to it. So I already asked you about that. So my 100 complaint to your board is communication. If it wasn't for myself, these people would know nothing that are here about it. And communication, awareness, and this would have been kept quiet until it really blew up. We don't want this to blow up in our community. This is what happened last year. So getting information out to the community is going to prevent a blow up. And that's what I'm really trying to do here. So early communication within our community is key. Later is not better, and sooner is better because it just shows respect. I've asked you guys, and maybe not all of you, because I'm not sure I did it with the new board members, for community workshop so we can have a two-way conversation, and I've never gotten that. I did submit Westlake's agenda. I went and picked it up today, printed it out. And the reason I did that is because I've been to quite a few of their meetings, and I really love a couple things, and I wanted you to see it. Westlake, they have a public comment at the beginning and then again at the end. Many times their communication has feedback. One thing we don't get here. Maybe we can learn from Westlake instead of having a one-way comment, because I feel ignored when I'm up here because I don't get any kind of feedback. I care about the community, but I just, when I go to meetings, I try to find out things, but I just kind of feel at a dead end. A lot of times you're deciding what and when we should be privy to information just like this for Halloween, and it's just not fair to us. The communication skills and the transparency really need to be worked on. I've heard you say we're not ready to share that with the public yet, but yet really never comes. And we're not just public. We are the community. That's why you're here. You serve us. And although your salaries are not much, and I know they're not, you want it to be public servants, and that's what you are. And communication again. So I think that you failed to communicate effectively and respectably in a timely manner with our community. A informed community is a respected community, and a disrespected community brings division. So I'd like you to remember this. The first 7 letters in community and communication are the same. And you got to think about that. They do go together. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll address the Halloween stuff when everybody's done with their public comment.
Linda Strickland.
My concern tonight is a safety issue. I live on 130th Street next to the big canal. And I noticed that I live on a dirt road, and I live just south of Temple. And I know that part of the dirt roads have been paved over. In paving process, they knocked down the berm that leads over to the canal. And I think that's a very dangerous issue. And I think guardrails need to be put up in all those areas where those berms have been knocked down, but they've paved the roads. And that is my concern. And I'd like to have someone at least address it or get back with me or tell me it's not going to happen, or it's not an issue. I'm just not just let it sitting here hanging over my head, because I have thought about it several times when driving down 130th. It's not just on Third, I know it's in other road areas also. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Scarlett, we have her phone number and everything. Burgess, will you and Rob?
Well, yeah. At the end of it, we can have Mr. Foy address it because it's pretty simple.
Okay,
It's all based on speed limits and clearance from roadway, but we can probably answer that
Okay.
quick at the end.
thank you.
Sharon Wade.
Sharon Waite, 15058 75th Lane North, right here in Loxahatchee, 33470. This might see a little bit petty, but you know those rubber bumper things in the roads all over the place? Am I mistaken, or did we not ever get asked if we want them? They just started showing up like weeds. And hey, I only can afford one car. And now that I'm alone, now the whole world knows, I don't have anybody to repair anything for me. And those things I've been checking up online, and those things are nasty on the guts of our cars. A lot of people don't know, they may be ignorant, but I don't really want to have the undercarriage of my car ruined on those things. I'd like to pull them up. How much did they cost us? And there must be another way to do that. Those things are hideous. And yeah. So I don't want mine on my road anywhere or any place else that we own a road. Do something else. It was my money that paid for them without my even knowledge, as far as I know. They just started popping up all over. So what can we do with it?
Thank you. We are addressing it, by the way.
Okay.
Bob Morgan, you submitted one. Did you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bob Morgan, Acreage Landowners Association, 1374 67th Street North. Some of the information or some of the concerns I've had tonight has been somewhat spoken about. The communication we really need to work on. We had a plan going with staff. That the ALA and ITID was going to get together and communicate. It started happening, and I understand there's a lot of stuff. It's fell off the wayside. I'd like to find out if there's a way that we can possibly get a workshop going prior, like what you all have with the BOS, where the ALA could possibly be involved, where information like got posted yesterday about the Halloween event. And it's hard enough to deal with the public when something like this explodes. And there's information showing that we were part of the whole project last year, and it was just a point that could have been headed off had we discussed something before that was going to be posted. It did get pulled down. Hopefully not a lot of people saw that, but the ALA is getting beat up as it is. We don't need this incorrect information. I know it was misinformation on board. If there's some way we can have a meeting before our meeting, the night before your meeting, we have our meeting before your meeting, so we can have information from the agenda that's posted a week before, and then information's changed the day before. It kills us. We have nothing. Our agenda is constantly changing too. We have to wait for ours to know what y'all are doing. I mean, other than just old business. New business, we try to go by what y'all are going to do. If there's some way we can get some kind of a workshop going, granted, we haven't had a workshop going because we've had minimal board. We do have a new secretary as of last night, and she'd be a big help and relieve some of the pressure at least. But if we just somehow try to get a meeting together before the agenda goes out for ITID, so we can build ours, and especially if there's something with this, where we're teaming up on something, or something that we in regards to the ALA. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk about that, Bob. But things, we put the agenda out several days prior, a week prior, but sometimes things change. So we could have a workshop and then things are going to change, and then but yeah, we can communicate. We're trying to get to the bottom of what that was that went online. So as you know, We had that conversation before the meeting, so we're gonna figure out what happened there. Because that shouldn't have gotten put up, and also what Lisa had mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair, just quickly, just want to put it on the record, Mr. Bill Doney is also
Hi, Bill.
joined but on Zoom
Thank you.
with Caldwell Pacetti. Thank you.
Scarlett? Yeah.
Okay. And the last one is from Leo Dune. It's written only. He says, do not sell the FPNL easement, ITAT right-of-way property. Put in the trail. If it's deemed sellable, do not sell it for less than what the current listing price of other properties is in the acreage. See if development rights can be sold. Buyers should be aware that the property taxes will be incurred. If right-of-way can be sold, does that mean that one lot deep dead end road right-of-way can be purchased also? If right-of-way can be, let me get that one. App doesn't let you scroll back and check the format previous input. Why are only some agenda items commentable? I appreciate that ITND has enabled remote comments. Still waiting for replacement of ITNet ID posted to no trespassing sign replacement on Mango Boulevard across from the A Canal. Still waiting for the road swale to be moved. Been almost a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We didn't get that sign up yet? Signs are up? Okay, the signs are up, so 2 weeks. So maybe just, I hope nobody took it down, because that does happen, unfortunately. So in passing, just have somebody check and make sure that sign is still there.
They are. He wanted a lot of signs. and
Oh.
We do not. We put up what is required. Otherwise it becomes sign pollution. and
Right.
Also, it becomes infected.
Right,
So,
okay. All right, thank you.
But we did put up the signs he asked for, but he wants more.
Okay. Thank you.
And through the chair, just really quick, where he asked if online where some things you are not allowed to comment on, just like here in the meeting, the items that you're not allowed to comment on, they don't allow an online comment.
Right, so if it's a
that. So if somebody's-
presentation or, right, okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, that's it.
That's it? Oh,
That was
okay.
It's written.
All right. So real quick. And we don't want to have any arguments, but I want to just give an update on Halloween. So the park permit that the ALA was going to get is completely irrelevant to what the residents do on the street. Indian Trail has never said the residents cannot have Halloween on Citrus Grove. We've never tried to stop it. We've never had any input. Okay. Unfortunately, this year, things are a little different because the county does not want, not only on Halloween night, but at our Halloween event, any four-wheelers, side-by-sides, or anything that is not street legal, licensed, and insured on the road. And there's detail to that I'm not going to get into tonight, but I'm happy to discuss it offline with anybody else. PBSO is not trying to shut down this event. What they are trying to do is make sure that everybody is safe. Now, last year, I spoke to Jackie and I said, PBSO wants you to get a permit to close the road. That is the requirement of the county, not Indian Trail. They did not. And nobody stopped them from doing it, even though they didn't get a permit. What's happening now, because there's more of a microscope on it, not coming from here or anyone in this room, they said, if we're going to supply the resources, which could be, depending on the amount of crowd, and they're still gathering this data, because understand, we have a new captain. And this new captain didn't even know what this Halloween thing was. He's getting information and data from different places and putting it all together and trying to figure out, as the captain, as the leader in our district of PBSO, what he's comfortable with and the resources that he's going to need. Nobody said that's going to be the permit cost. He just said, if I have to throw up a number, because he doesn't know yet, and we're not going to know this until the 9th because he's still gathering the information. If I have to put these resources in, I need to be able to justify why. If I feel I need 5, 10, 20, 50, whatever that number is going to look like. Do I need this? He wants, and fire rescue was quite upset that they've never been involved in this because they should have been having the event team there. God forbid, especially when a road is closed, that they can perform triage until a truck gets there. This is their requirement. This is what they've asked for, and this is what they want from past and future, but we can't go back. Okay. So nobody's trying to stop it. They're just trying to make sure that everybody is safe and they could justify the use of their resources. This permit, is there a fee? Probably from the county. Are there going to be requirements? I'm sure there is. Is there going to probably want insurance, right? I don't know. This is the county. This is not Indian Trail. This is not PBSO asking for this. Okay. So we don't have that information yet. And until, and if and when somebody does apply for a permit, which has not happened to this date, there's no way to give this information and communicate this information because it's not there. It's not that we're keeping anything back. You know, things get said, things get twisted. Information goes out incorrectly. You know, I read those posts. No, we're not trying to shut anything down. And we went through the same thing last year. That is not the case. The residents want to do this. They are more than welcome to do it. Whether or not somebody gets a permit for the park is on that person that's applying or not applying for the park. Okay. So we're not trying to do that. And we will, on the 9th, hopefully have the answers from PBSO that they've gotten down or up the chain, depending, and we will put that out there. We're not going to wait until our next meeting because how many people are online right now? 5. And we've got, I don't know, however many in the room.
Well, two of those are.
Two are our own people. So we have 3.
One is
3. Okay. So we have 3 people. So if we put it out on social media and it gets shared, it's going to go to thousands and thousands of people. That's unfortunately, that's going to be the way the word is going to spread because people don't come to the meetings and they're not watching the meetings. So that we don't have to wait. We could discuss it at the next meeting, but we don't have to wait until the next meeting to have this conversation with the community once we know. One second, Lou. So I don't want anybody to think that, again, we're trying to stop it. This is something that the residents want to do. By all means, do it. We're providing an additional resource, working with the Landowners Association, something a little more vanilla, we'll say, for the kids, more contained in the park. Our parade has already been sliced up because, like I mentioned already, no 4-wheelers, no buggies. You know, this is what everybody looks forward to. This is not our decision. This is not what we wanted. If you look at the initial registration, all that was allowed. We were told last week, sorry, not happening. Okay, so it was disappointing. We're not closing the swale on Citrus Grove. PBSO asked us if it needs to happen, can we do it? Legals looked into it. Should we? We may not need to. We don't know yet. All right. PBSO's concern is if they're not requiring 4-wheelers, how are they going to enforce it? How are they going to get down the road? Are they going to be parking like they normally do on Avocado? Nothing to do with Citrus Grove. Nobody is saying that we're going to close off the swale in front of the park. That's never been said. So I wanted to correct the misinformation, have this we're not going to have a back and forth, but have this conversation out there, have this information out there. Pia, come to the podium, please.
Could I just add two things really
Hold on.
quick?
Yeah.
So number one, we are now required for our parades to go get a permit.
Yes,
from
that's
Palm
another
Beach County,
thing.
which do.
We've never had to get a permit for our parade before or to close Orange for the parade to come through. We were required to do that. Yes. Right. But we would never, right. But we never had to do it before until this year. And now we were required and we did get it. Parks Department got that permit from the county.
And the second one is very important. It may be a district road, and I want legal, because we talked about this the other day, legal, and I did. We're at 298. We do not have police powers to shut a road for a block party or
Right.
any type of permitting for a resident. We have the authority to do it if we're doing maintenance, construction, or if we're running a parade on a district road. We have that very limited scope. So that's also very important
Right.
because.
And we don't do it ourselves. PBSO does it for us. So we're not actually closing the road ourselves unless it's for maintenance or something like that.
Yeah, and when we do close it, we're required, just like any other agency, to have a MOT, maintenance of traffic.
Right.
So that sounds really great, except that's not what PBSO is telling us. So maybe you guys need to have a conversation with them, but it sounds to us like they've had a lot of conversations and they're not big on this event. And unless there's some community pushback that this is our event and we want to have it, they're gonna not allow it, is how
I never heard that out of the
We've had
captain's mouth.
We've had more than
He
one
never-
conversation with the captain.
Okay,
and
well,
with-
I've
Okay, so I'm just
All
telling
right,
you, we
what-
have
all
different
right,
information.
all
I'm
right,
not arguing with
thank you.
Okay, the other thing is, nobody in
yeah,
that
can we-
community, nobody in that community is going to get a permit. They never have for 25 years. So for you to sit there and say, we're not saying anything, we're not doing anything, you are. You're telling them they need to have a permit. We should be telling them that.
Stop.
The county needs to tell them that.
PBSO said the county requires it. We're relaying the message. Don't.
Who are they
They're
telling?
telling us as the
Well, what are
governing
you
board of the
responsible
district.
for telling the people on that street.
All right,
PBSO
all right. We're
needs
not
to
gonna,
take
we're not gonna
responsibility.
argue and go back and forth. You can call me tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know who's talking in the back, but it's making it. All right, Pia, please, thank you. Okay. All right, let's move on. Supervisor business, Michael? Rich? Patty?
So I spoke to Burgess earlier this week or late last week. I wanted to recognize the crew that worked on that Temple Park sidewalk. They did a great job on it. I appreciate it. I'm sure the neighborhood probably appreciates it. So I just wanted to recognize that crew. It seemed very, very well handled. So thank you very much. Other than that, we've been working on the Halloween event for Sleepy Hollow, and we've gotten some great responses. A lot of our sponsors are excited to help support our community events. We're working with ALA, meeting almost weekly on it to make sure we're getting through. And I'm excited. I'm really excited to have this event, and a lot of the neighbors are excited too. So that's what I have there.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to it as well. All right. Off the top of my head, I really don't have anything. It's getting late. Let's just move on to the regular agenda, 8.1, grant EW conveyance. Looking for a motion to withdraw from the Resiliency Florida Grant 24 SRP 36 for the East-West conveyance. And the reason for this, and nobody needs a staff presentation, the permit did not come in on time. Okay, Michael. All right. We have a motion from Supervisor Johnson Second from Supervisor Vassalotti. Any public comment? Seeing none? On this? Oh, you're absolutely right. Just 1 second. Let me do this motion. Okay, all in favor? Okay, see that passes. Oops, I'm gonna hit my button. 4-0. Supervisor Argo is left. Real quick. Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd just like to say, 48 years out here, this community has very few things. You get beat on all the time, you get abused by county officials,
Mhm.
we get treated like dogs. That event last year, I walked the whole 2 miles of it, probably about 7,000 people. It was awesome. There wasn't even trash on the ground. We walked around with plastic bags and checked it out from one end to the other. There wasn't an incident. There wasn't an incident. Park was clean, you got locked up, people got to use the restroom. We kept an eye on it. The ALA was right there. We tried to save that event. Are you saying, or is this something we've heard that's not correct? Because a lot of things were said in the last couple of days that weren't correct or misinformation. Bob talks about this $30,000 to $60,000 charge that's going to be charged. Then we find out, oh, well, it's not really a charge that's going to be charged to anybody. It's what it could cost that's going to get absorbed by the Palm Beach County taxpayer to have the sheriffs come out and provide security. So is it an actual bill or is it an absorption? I think we need to have clarification on that. And then the other thing is, Burgess, are we shutting the road down? Are we not gonna have parking on the swells? Because if these people online, you've seen them, they're having the event. So if PBSO is gonna be out there ticketing people on the swells for an event that's been going on for 32 years, I think this community is gonna erupt, and I don't think it's gonna make any of us look good. Right? We're supposed to be here to serve the community. You are civil servants of the community. Now, some of you may be mad at me and some of my associates here because we put the word out the other day. And whether that word was 100% accurate or not was not the point. We put out
And it
what we
is.
heard. There may have been some misinformation in there because of the way things were handled. Once again, she talked about communication. I've been talking to you about communication with this board since you were made treasurer and had the chance to do it back then and nothing ever got done. Okay, so what I'm trying to say.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
excuse me. I thought we were gonna have a question that you wanted asked.
Right.
So let's ask the question and move on, please.
I'm Taking a question, Patty, and you'll be patient with the public.
It's been
All right, all right,
3 minutes.
all right.
It's been 3 minutes. If you wanted to have
We're
public
not
conversation,
going
close out a
to-
card.
If the roads get shut down, PBSO and this new captain want to come in here and act like the big dog.
Point of order.
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah. Lou, have a seat.
Which I don't
Lou.
know.
Excuse me, if he doesn't
Lou.
move, I want the officer to remove him.
This-
Lou, please, have a seat. I didn't try to brush you off. It was, you raised your hand. You didn't even have a card in. That's not how it works. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Everybody's watching.
Please sit down.
And I hope the community.
Officer.
Can you have him have a seat, please? Have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. And I believe the question was already answered. PBSO is unsure of the amount of resource. Excuse me, one more outburst, Lou. I don't want to have to make PBSO remove you, please. Wow. Okay, and I'll answer your question and you can watch it later. Because I've already responded to this. PBSO did not have a definitive number. They just said, don't put this number out there because I don't know yet. I don't know enough about the event and what goes on because we have a new captain. Bert was sitting there. Officer Goudreau was sitting there, Sergeant Goudreau. And he said, so we had this last year. We had estimate this many people. So he said, well, let me look into this. Let me figure out what the resources are. That's why he said, don't put a definitive number because I don't know. The permit, nobody ever said the permit was going to be whatever that definitive number was. And this is what I just got done saying. If it has to be absorbed by the entire county taxpayer, because those are the resources from PBSO, he needs to be able to justify why he's spending that money. Okay. He never said he wasn't going to do it. He never said he was trying to shut it down. So I don't know. And we talk about misinformation. That's misinformation because that's not what he said. And we don't have the answer. We don't have the answers yet. And we're not going to have the answers until the 9th. We don't make these decisions. We don't have the authority to make these decisions. Okay, they're cities. They're cities. They have the authority. We do not. I see you guys. All right. By the city. It's the same thing. Who pay? The taxpayers pay. And their city pays for it. Right. Right. We're unincorporated. We're at the mercy of the county. It's completely different. And we know that. We know that. And how often do I see, oh, we should incorporate to make these decisions? Okay. So we don't have that authority, point blank. When we've got answers from the powers that be that tell us, we'll share that. Nobody's keeping anything. Nobody's trying to evade conversation or not provide this information. We can't give you what we don't have. This is all new. It's a new captain. He wants to handle things differently. That's his right. That's his right. He never said once he was going to shut it down. He just wants to know that his zone, which is this event, that the people are safe, that fire rescue could get to somebody if the need be. And when they close the road, is it safe for the people that are within that closure and on the outside of that closure? And that's his responsibility. So to sit here and say, don't do that, how can we say that? Because that's why they're here, right? Without a permit. Look, we're the messenger again. We never needed it before. We never had Westlake before. We never had Avenir before. So when we have the information, we will provide it. Okay?
What, will you pull a permit?
Somebody, from what I understand, somebody said, Bob, right, that they were going to look into pulling the permit. Last year, I discussed it with Jackie. She chose not to do it. We don't have no control over that. Yeah, we're doing every year. I know. Absolutely. We are not opening the park. Correct. Just like last year, we have had no intention of opening the park because somebody got a permit to do it. Okay. All right. Item number 9, intergovernmental updates and permits. 9.1, Palm Beach County Issues Forum, iPark. Motion to adopt an interlocal agreement and approve the annual fee of $1,500 to join the Palm Beach County Issues Forum and appoint a supervisor to serve as representative to the committee and an alternate to serve as representative. We discussed this briefly. This has to do with the transportation master plan, that it's very critical. Our 400 and some odd miles of roads are included in this plan and looked out for. So I believe this small expense is well worth it. And I suggested last month that Supervisor Vassalotti, because he was on the TPA, would kind of take the lead on this. I don't know if you've had any more thought to that? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, and then we need an alternate. I know, Burgess, we talked about potentially Jay. Jay, how do you feel about that? Or would you prefer it to be a board member?
I can serve if needed. I don't know what the commitment would be.
Right, so it would be alternate, but
Through the chair, normally you want it to be an elected official.
for both.
For the alternate
Okay.
as well.
Okay,
What you could do is you could have us as like a backup to if.
Okay.
Either.
If
the
one- a backup
regular or
to the backup?
alternate.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can step in and
Okay.
then one additional thing about that. I think we should also, if it's all right with the board, not as an alternate or a backup to the alternate, but allow staff to give direction to our intergovernmental consultants.
I was gonna bring that up. I think
Yeah.
it's very important that they are involved in this with us. So absolutely, and that would be Sluggett to be involved in this as well, because that's our,
And potentially even Ribbon Turnbull, depending on.
if it goes to that level, yeah.
And
When are the
I'm-
meetings?
yes.
We'll have to
We know-
get that, yeah.
And I'm gonna be flat out. I'll do everything possible to attend these. But I got kids in high school, middle school, and a wife that works 24 hours at fire rescue. There are gonna be times I'm gonna say, I cannot go. It's just gonna happen.
I-
So
I would like to put my name in, but I would need to know the meeting times.
you have the same issues.
Okay,
Well, I even
So-
have, yeah, and I work 9,
right.
Monday through
So-
Friday, so it's difficult. So, I mean, I can try to work it out around.
Can we have an alternate to the alternate?
Yeah.
I'll
All right.
throw my name in as the
Okay.
alternate.
Michael, what are you thinking? I know you're busy. You got the water task force. I don't even want to put this on you. New baby. So,
You be the alternate to the alternate to the alternate.
or I will. Or I will. It's a me or you, so,
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
okay.
Yeah, not done, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Okay, all right, excellent. Okay. All right, go ahead. Cause you got to clear, you're in request to speak. There you go. You got it. You got it. Okay. Press.
This is what happened at maybe meeting. There you go.
There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. Perfect. Okay, public comment? None. Okay, let's call the vote. All in favor?
I'm tapping and it doesn't take it.
I was still thinking about voting.
Patty's is lagging. Okay. Yeah. Okay, see that passes 4-0.
Sorry, through the chair, just before you move on to the next section, I have a couple updates with the intergovernmental.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, number one, it's related to the master, transportation plan. I believe you were in attendance at the last meeting. It was not very well, communicated. And it seemed like the majority that were there were from Arden, and it seemed like the consultants walked away with expanding Okeechobee and doing the connection. So one of the things that Ms. McNicholas, our intergovernmental consultant with Sluggett and Associates, is recommending is that the board send a letter stating that there should be another meeting out here as part of the first round and have better communication with the public out here regarding that. And that can either be something that we can send or Mr. Vasilati could send.
I think we should send a letter as the board.
Yep.
And maybe we could do it either here or at the library. And this way, people from the acreage have a say in that, because it's going to affect a lot of us. It's going to affect, all of the people to the southwest, if they push it through. And I think we should include Loxahatchee Groves as well, and of course Arden. Everybody should have a say in this. So if everybody's okay with that, you're okay with that? Just to have some input. Yeah, because it was an interesting meeting, or presentation, I would call it, more than anything. So, okay.
Thank you. And then the second item is I spoke to the potential developer of not Vintage Oaks, Rawlings Estates. And in their as they're going through the process with the county, they are basically assigning the entire south parcel to the county. So they will not be building, I think it was either 2 or 3 home sites.
The estate
south-
homes.
Yeah, south of the M2 impoundment entrance. So that will be turned over as a community facility to the county. And I believe that's probably where it could potentially be a fire station. If that's the
And that's
case.
why they would want the road open.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
and then when they spoke to me, they also want to revisit what some of the conditions were, but I explained to them what we have brought forward to the board early on with paving 180th and doing some other things.
Absolutely.
And it said that was based on what your traffic engineers provided to us on traffic volume and direction and things of that nature. So, and third thing is I spoke with Ruben and Turnbull today, and they're prepping because they expect this legislative session to also be explosive and very dynamic. And it's also the last year for Governor DeSantis, so there will be gubernatorial election going on during the time frame. So they are asking us to figure out what's the appropriation. Clearly, we're not doing a local bill because you're beyond that deadline, but what would the appropriation be? And we need to be realistic about what it is. And and just for a reminder, it has to be more than a benefit of a small area. It can't be an appropriation that you could get through a state agency grant, and there's a couple other small things. So, we still have work to do on the M0 canal with shoring up what would be the west levee. So west of the M1 impoundment,
Mhm.
where it connects into the L8. So that's something where we've had breaches in the past, and that's actually an impact for the county, South Florida Water Management, for the DEP, and for Fish and Wildlife. And I didn't even get a chance to talk to Mr. Foy about this because literally called me like an hour, not even an hour before the meeting started. Just because they're starting to get the momentum from the staff, from legislative staff. So, there may be some other projects out there, so we can bring it back on the 15th, but with the board's okay, I'd like to maybe possibly provide them information. They will not file it without you approving
Just so
it.
they're aware. Yeah, I
So
think
they
that's a
can
good
start
idea.
Prepping
Yeah.
staff up there on what could be coming from us, sort of.
Because they weren't involved when we did it the first time.
Yeah.
So, or
Yeah, and
less.
what happened is this last year where we were successful, we were
Mhm.
able to start working with the governor's staff and others up there well in
Mhm.
advance of even submitting it. And we want to do that same route or that same method.
Yeah, and then that gives us the opportunity through them to get some guidance on how we're gonna proceed with that, what makes sense. So, yes, please, because anything we can do, the state's not gonna give that money back to the taxpayers, so let's get it and do something beneficial with it. And that saves our taxpayers dollars. I'm all about that.
And then, I think that was it. Yeah, that was it. Unless Mr. Foy had anything. No.
Okay, very good. Facilities, parks and recreation. What do you got? Anything? Do we need? Everything is pretty self-explanatory. I don't know if the board wants presentation or you just want to make a motion. The first one is Academy of Dance and Acrobatics to approve their permit request to host the Holiday Dazzle at the South Expansion. This is something they do every year, subject to staff and legal review. Okay, do we have a second? Okay, any public comment? All in favor? Very good. See that passes 4-0. Next we have 11.3 Island Flava Cafe. Motion to approve Island Flava's Cafe's one-day permit to set up a food truck at Downers Park, subject to availability, staff, and legal review. Yeah, thank you. You see that? You see that? Downers? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any public comment? All in favor? Thank you. I see that passes 4-0. Just quick, I don't know if Lisa's still here. Any food truck, because she made a comment and I just wanted to address that. Any food truck we give a permit to is on our agenda. And those permits are available, Penny, to see where.
If they wanted, I can give them a copy of them if they ask. for
Okay,
them.
so-
The new system should allow. for people to
Okay,
use.
excellent. So there are trucks that are out there on the roads that is not something we permit. We permit them in the parks and they're always going to be on the agenda if they're permitted. Anything outside of that would have to be either a county permit or there is no permit and we have no control over that. So I just wanted to clarify that while we were talking about food trucks. Okay, 11.4 has been deleted. 11.5, ALA Recreation User Agreement. Do we mind if we just take 5 short-minute break? Is that okay with everybody? Do you mind? Okay, just 5 minutes and then before 9 a.m. PM. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay. And this is item 11.5, the ALA Recreation User Agreement. A motion to consider the Acreage Landowners Association's nonprofit recreation user agreement, subject to staff and legal review. Mr. Hanson?
Yes, thank you. Before I let Mr. Lawrence just give a brief overview. So similar to how we handled the Acreage Athletic League, we want to do something similar with the Acreage Landowners Association. And I apologize in advance if I say AAL or ALA, because
all do that.
yeah, so, but in this case, rather than have them be a service provider and put potential what can be perceived as contractual obligations on them, and then also having that liability come back onto the district. We're again recommending a much simpler nonprofit recreation user agreement. And it's the same concept, it's just different scope. And we do know in the backup, because we use the original template from that, there's a couple of things where it might say sports not recreation, but sports or athletics. We will address that. That's just Scribner's error. But for the most part, what we're trying to do is focus on what they have, what they need the facilities for. So with that, I'll let Mr. Lawrence go, and then also in the audience again is Mr. Morgan, who's the president of the Acreage Landowners Association.
If I might take a moment of personal privilege. And I want to choose my words carefully. I have no problem with the ALA as a whole. I think that we've been working very hard with Mr. Morgan. Bob, why don't you come sit up front? Being that we're talking about you, as you're the president of the ALA. Sit outside. We've been trying very hard to work with the ALA so that the ALA has the assistance that it needs to get back to what it was, and to get back to be able to do the events and have membership. And you and I work very closely. And in addition to that, we're friends. However, the behavior of your treasurer has gotten me to the point where I just want to say, forget the whole thing. I want to walk away from the events. I don't want to deal with anything. But you know what? I don't want to do that to our community, because our community wants these things to happen. And that's why the district got involved. But the awful things that are said on social media and the phone calls I received from him screaming that he doesn't even hear what I'm saying, just like tonight, because what he asked, I had already addressed moments before. I have a real problem with that. And I understand you're shorthanded, and I understand you're in a tough spot, but tell me why, when we're here, the district is here putting our efforts and our time and our resources into getting these things done to work with you, that we have somebody that's on your board that is constantly attacking the district and accusing the board members of things constantly. And this has been going on for months and months and months. And I have a real problem with that. And I don't want to see any of this go away, but how are we going to fix that? And I don't know if we're going to answer that question tonight. And this is more of a question that you've got to ask yourself. And you and I have had this conversation. And I want to see the community involved with the ALA. And I want it back to its glory that it once was, that it is not today. And I want to see people joining as members of this community and for what it is and what it is supposed to be. And I want to see people volunteering and sponsoring and hosting these events that the community wants and needs because we're all we've got. And I think it was Lisa, or I can't remember if it was Lisa or Pia, forgive me, that said exactly that. We don't get much out here, right? We've got each other. And if we're going to treat each other that way, how do we expect the community, Acreage United? Yet all I hear is division. And it makes me sad. It really makes me sad. And I want to see it. I'm not
All of them.
exactly. Okay, Pia. Thank you. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm stating the facts of how I'm treated and how I have seen other board members treated and other members of this community treated. Facebook posts. I'm not even going to repeat. I'm not even going to repeat. I don't have to say it. So I don't know. And I'm going to leave it up to the board because right now I'm really upset. And I don't think it's the time for me to make a conscious decision because, like I said, the community wants these things to happen. And the board wants these things to happen. So how are we going to civilly work together and put this together and unite this community? Because that's what we've been trying to do, is unite the community, not divide the community.
I agree.
And I'm sorry, but I'm very upset, not only for the personal attacks, but the attacks on all of our residents. I don't know. So I'm gonna just, I think before Kenny makes any presentation, I'd like to hear from the board. And I know you're not going to have any answers, Bob, and I understand that. And I know you're in a really tough spot. And you and I've had this conversation many times. So how are we going to fix this? Yes. That's how we do it now. We post an order. Sorry. Hot seat.
I mean, it's obviously, we're, wanting to work with ALA to better the events, better the community, give you guys, the upper hand, the helping hand, that kind of thing. And it is sad the way, they talk over an event towards another colleague, another human. It's sad, especially, what been going on. But I mean, as easily as we can grant them this permit, can't we take it away? So, I mean, I don't want to say you're skating on thin ice, but I mean, it's like, come on, we're all adults here. Let's be civil about this. And, a lot of the things, our hands are tied with the county being an unincorporated entity. So, it's, hate to say it, and it sounds like we're just brushing a lot of stuff off saying, oh, it's the county, oh, it's BSO. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is. So, and it's, they want to, a lot of them come and complain about everything, and this is it kills me. We're a Halloween event. They get so worked up that we're not even trying to cancel. But I have no problem with it. I'd like to see more things out here. And I think you guys they were going strong, LA, when I first moved out here. I really enjoyed a lot of the stuff, the car shows and things like that. And, I'd love to see that come back and do what we can, fiscally responsible, what we can do to
COVID
help you.
killed us. Lost a lot of participation for COVID.
Yeah.
And just dwindled. We still had bills for those 3 years.
Mm-hmm. No, that changed everything. But I have no problem with it. I just, people need to take a break, take a breath, look in the mirror. So, but I'm okay with it. Thanks.
Hi, Bob. I concur with our board president. There is such a minute handful of people in this neighborhood that drives divisiveness and constantly promotes a false narrative. And it's unacceptable. I don't think anybody likes it except those handful of people. It almost seems like they thrive on this. And attacking ITID with false information and fake news is unacceptable. I'm curious, how many members currently are in the ALA?
Right now, we've got about 30 right now.
30. And how many actually actually participate, come to your meetings and things like that?
It depends if it's raining, but we've had probably just recently, I think 10, and I'm not even sure if they're paid members, because I don't even know if some of the paid members are.
Okay. Something that concerned me that you said recently is that the ALA has no money. And is that actually true?
Well, we have enough we've got 3 accounts.
Mhm.
And I'm public with our bank account. We have 3 accounts. We have one for West, which was the horse committee.
Mhm.
We have a basic amount without having to have charges billed to that account, because we're hoping to get the equestrian going again. We have one for vote box, which was the incorporation process. And then we have our main account. And there's probably a total of about $6,000 total.
Okay, so you got something. Divided up between the 3 accounts.
Correct.
Okay. Sponsors, any sponsors lately? Nothing, right?
Just what's happening for the ITID ALA Halloween.
Okay. And when was ALA's last event?
Right.
When was your last event? What was the last event that you guys are actually participating? Was it
the concert in Halloween last year? But
right?
Yeah, we had a short series where we had a resident pay for the concert. We paid for the concert, and that resident, we had a split a third. It was in 2020. I think it was 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Because 2022 is still COVID. Yeah, I was just looking at the flyers last night, going through some more files on the computer. We had 2021, 2022, we had the series going. And whereas 2020 and 2021, I think, whenever COVID hit. And then we had that short series trying to get back going again. We just couldn't get the sponsorship to move forward. We've tried to get sponsors. We had a Google website at the time. 70% of the people that don't have Gmail accounts couldn't get into the website. And we had to move the website just so people can actually get on there. Website's full blown now. We're able to use it for notifications.
I do want to commend you on the improvement on the website. It's very good.
So I've seen you lately, going to the BOCC meetings and talking about the gas station, talking about our roads and things like that, getting information out there, and I appreciate that and everything. But honestly, I'm so absolutely concerned that the behavior of a few people, particularly your treasurer, will be the end of the ALA. And if I was a resident and I came to a meeting and was screamed at or saw this, I wouldn't want to be a part of any of that. I don't think anybody would. Why would somebody want to be just obliterated like that? It makes no sense to me. And I know I've said in the past, to these same folks, you get more with sugar than vinegar. And the more you divide this community, promote false information, that's not helping us. That's not helping the ALA. And I'm very concerned about the future of the ALA. Honestly, I besides yourself, you may need a new board. I think a new board for you guys will get you more residents. How you go about that, I'm not positive. But I'm very concerned for the ALA. I would love to see the car shows again. When they were out here, I used to go to the car shows. I'm friends with somebody who was very involved with ALA from 20 years ago. They talked about these events at the Corbett and just all sorts of stuff they used to do. Yes, COVID ruined a lot of things for people, but nobody in there, no normal person is going to put up with the abuse that we just saw tonight, that I know and everybody else knows happens on a constant basis. And I'm not even gonna go into some of the other things that you're aware about, okay? So I don't even know how we even move forward tonight, honestly. I don't know if we need to take a pause from this and rethink about this and give you some time to go, here's what we can do to make the ALA successful, because I really don't think the ALA right now is successful, but I don't want you to go away. So I'm perplexed. Okay. And I'm gonna ask you a very serious question, and from your heart, do you actually want to be the president of the ALA? Do you want to continue this? Do you enjoy this? Yes.
No, it was actually a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my heart is for this community. My heart is not a concrete jungle that I was accused of when I first came on the board.
Okay.
That I brought Broward with me. Shut them up when I told them to tell my 150 chickens that. And then the next person come up and say, Broward boy brought the concrete. So we've lost membership. We lost board since COVID, and we can't get the board. We have constantly asked for volunteers, on the board, committees even. There's somebody to help with the websites, to help get the word out on Facebook. We're just now getting members involved. I'm getting people asking, how can we help? It's just been in the last month or two since we've been able to bang out this information. We actually were recognized from the county West End Crossing. We're still getting thanks for that, and it's not even over. I would like to step back a little bit, yes, but there's no place to. I want to stay on the board. I mean, I enjoy being the president. It's not. It's been the president, secretary, treasurer, PR, because most of it's electronic, and until we get board members that are familiar with electronics, communications that way. We do have a new secretary now, and she's very familiar with it. Awesome with it, to be honest. So this will be a big help. So yes, I do want to stay on the board as long as my wife doesn't want to leave. It's been a lot in the last few months with the county and the ITID and Halloween. It used to be once or twice a month, and now it's 5 meetings a week. Either during the day, because I'm not working, not by choice, but yes, I want to stay on the board.
Okay.
And I enjoy it.
Because when we see like what happened tonight, right? And we know that's going to drive people away. And honestly, I think our parks department could do a great job without the ALA when we have this type of behavior. And we don't need, somebody, and I'm not saying that we don't want, but I'm just pointing out the obvious. We could handle all this on our own without the ALA. But since you enjoy this and your heart's in this and you want to do best for the community, just like myself and everybody else that sits up here, I support that. But something's got to be done about the behavior. And if it can't, and I'm not ridiculing you because I know it's not you, but if this behavior continues, then I want to make sure that if we're going to vote on this tonight or something, that it's stated in there, Frank or Kenny, whoever does this, that we can pull this.
It's already.
It's in there? Okay, I must have missed it. Okay.
It's definitely.
For the record.
At any time.
It's in there, and the first year, it's basically the same as the athletic leagues. So it'd be a 1-year contract that would be renewed for another 4 years after that upon completion.
Right.
And
But
it's
I
with
think what he's saying is that if the behavior and the divisiveness continues, it'll be severed prior.
Oh, yes, that's.
I believe that's what
It is.
Rich is getting at.
Okay.
So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Bob, let's get together and talk, you and me, okay?
And if I recall, Mr. Hanson, not to call you on the carpet, we were all supposed to have individual meetings with them prior to this, and I am not blaming you because we've had so much going on. Totally understandable, right? We have really, not that this isn't important, please don't take it the wrong
No, I
way.
mentioned it tonight that we're
but-
supposed to have these, we were supposed to have meetings with each of the board members.
Right,
and it just-
and
I know
there have
that-
been like really pressing issues,
I understand.
you know, okay? So it's not that it was ignored. So, I want to have those meetings, okay? And I don't want any of us to be treated in the way that we've been being treated. And I know that is not under your control. And if your treasurer is listening right now, or anybody else is listening right now, I hope they understand that nobody deserves to be treated or spoken to that way, that we're all on the same side here. And I think people should know that. So I think it's going to be really crucial that we have those meetings. So I'm going to leave it up to the board. I don't know that we need a full presentation at this point. I think everybody saw, everybody understands what the agreement is because we recently went through this with the Athletic League. And there's an understanding that we are going to get together, in the next month and have these conversations, individually with your entire board. And of course, with Mr. Hanson, because he has nothing else to do. So with that, Patty, do you have anything to add?
I want to say that it's been a pleasure working with you on the Halloween event. And I think you work very hard for our community. And I think you work very hard and wear many, many hats. And if those other board members are listening, step up and help more. You know, it seems like everybody comes out when it's for the fight. And some things are worth a fight. I agree. You know, there's many things, but not everything has to be a fight and not everything has to cause division within our community. I would like to see a better organized ALA that's representing our community. And I think if we decide to do this, I'm glad it's just a 1 year. And it's similar to ALA look, see, I did it, Burgess. It's similar to AAL where we felt there were some changes and they needed to do some repair. And I think the same thing is here. I have been personally attacked via social media. I've been personally spoken to pretty disrespectfully here. I want it to be known that I, for one, I'm not going to tolerate it. I will do my best to stop it when it starts erupting here. I don't know how they behave at your meetings. I hope it's not so disrespectful there. I think it should be made clear that we do want to work together to build our community back up. And that's what I got for right now. Like I said, I know where your heart is. I've been working with you for the past, month or so on getting this event, and I know you want to get it together, and I know you want to see your membership. I think we can go from there. I wouldn't mind tabling it maybe until we do our one-on-ones. I don't know if it's necessary, but I wouldn't mind if that's what the board wanted to do.
Yeah, I'm not sure when our provider agreement ends. I think it's next month,
This month,
this month.
and we have an event to do. So, right.
Could we do similar to what we did with the AAL and just do an extension
We could,
until we get everything figured out?
we could.
I mean, like I said, I don't mind. I like that it's a year, gives you guys a year to rebuild. I think the events will hopefully help you guys get membership. I know I've been passing around the information. Because I think you do need more people. And I think that gives you a bigger, broader choice and make sure that we're getting a full voice and not just a minimized voice. I don't know, either we do an extension to what we currently have, or we go to this and it's fine that it's a year. I believe I read in here, is it 30 days for the supervisors? If we want to cancel, is that what I read? Yes, fine.
Depends on what it's for, with or without cause.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I just to clarify on that, Article 10, if it's termination without cause, it requires a 120-day written notice in advance. And then if it's for cause, 30 days written notice. And it would have to come from the board.
For the record, the SPA expired August 27th.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, and so what would we consider, Frank, with cause?
Yes, places.
Failure to provide the services that are
on the document
mandated, at least that would be one basis. I don't know. That's,
I just put it up.
Thank you.
and also just for your, just for your information, basically, it's a 1 year agreement, but it's automatically renewable for 5 years, up to 5 years, I believe.
And if we chose not to renew it, what would the notification be?
120 days without
Same.
cause.
Okay. Which I don't want to have to see happen, but
No.
can we get it
Should be
together in
It
that
has-
time?
Has to get it together.
Right.
You would have to
There-
evaluate.
There's
within
no,
the first
there's
6
no
months.
other choice.
Right.
Go ahead. So in the event things go well, which is what we're hoping for, we continue. In the event that this continues, like tonight, and what happened back there, and fake news propaganda trying to turn residents against this amazing district, Frank, how would we go about terminating this agreement? Would it be 10.01 or 10.02?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to read this.
I'm sorry.
Just for a second, I'm just.
In the event we have that behavior like this, we're hoping everything goes great. That's what we want. We want the ALA to be successful. We want Mr. Morgan to be successful. Go ahead.
As a technical note, when more than one person has their microphone on, we're getting feedback.
Oh. Okay. What I was saying was, in the event that we're having continuous behavior that's not conducive to a good environment, fake news on the internet, trying to turn residents against ITID, especially when they know what they're saying is wrong. Are we looking at 10.01 or 10.02 for termination?
I would tend to think that would be it. Without cause, which would require the 220-day notice period.
Okay.
Because it deals with the relation, the way the ALA is being managed, or people over whom they may have no control. Your general dissatisfaction with the context of whatever's going on. I think it would have to be related for, which would mean that in the first year, you would have to come to some decision about that within the first 6 months.
Right. Does it have to be 120 days?
No.
We can change that.
Yes, you may.
So why can't we change that to 30 days as well?
I'll defer to administration.
Why don't you just have section 10.01 termination?
Without cause, then
Yeah.
Okay.
Easier.
Sure.
But the other party, Mr. Morgan, would have to agree to that.
Right, so what we're saying is we're going to eliminate 10.01 and make 10.02 with or without cause. Is that what you're?
strike 10.02.
Simply termination.
Yeah.
And
Without the 120 days,
Yeah.
which Mr. Vassalotti asking for.
And I was also going to suggest after the first year, if there's no issues, then it reverts back to the 10-1 and 10-02, because again, there's certain things that their organization has to plan for. And
Of course.
financially obligate to, and having that hang over their head like that.
It's not fair.
Fair to them.
Right, I agree.
If
I
there's no
agree.
issues. And you still would have the ability to terminate in the future, just give them, and you don't necessarily, as Mr. Vassalotti said, you wouldn't have to make it 120 days. You could make it 90 days. Or something like that.
In the future, but right now we're gonna go with 30 days. Is that what we're saying? So 30 days with or without cause?
Once we have direction, what direction you want to go, we can revise this language. I'd like to take a little bit of time to revise the language.
Okay.
If as Burgess was saying, if everything goes okay for the first year, that's the only time in which the 30 days would apply.
Right, and then after that,
Thereafter,
it would
because-
be
then we
this,
Go back to
120.
this version, if that's acceptable. ALA.
Mhm.
I want to just make it clear. I don't think any of us are trying to stamp on their freedom of speech. It's just that we would like to be respected. And when they're in here, we would like a certain decorum and a respect here. I think everybody has the right to voice their thoughts, but they should be staying within a proper parameter, and they should be doing it with much more respect than what we've been given. I think we get a lot of blame for some things that are beyond our control, and I would like that conveyed to them that they need to understand the difference before they come in here and attack us like this. But I don't want to seem like we're stamping on their freedom of speech. I think they have that right, but they should do it with respect, and they should do it with facts and not just throw allegations and whatnot out there.
And I would add to that, not only here, but on social media as well. Yeah, or calling any of us screaming, yelling, which you've been subject to yourself. Here is bad enough, but on social media, it grows legs. And the district gets blamed for a lot of different things. And the majority of those things are out of our control. Nobody's perfect. Nobody ever claims to be perfect. And things slips through the cracks sometimes, no matter what it is, what we're referring to. But how we treat each other in the end is all that matters. And how we talk to each other. And how are we going to get past? And how are we going to stick together and be united? Because division makes you fall. And if we can get past this and bring the community together, and I've been saying this for years, and this is truly what I want to see. We are not each other's enemy. We are neighbors. We are friends. We are community. And this is how we should treat each other. Are we always going to agree? Absolutely not. Are we always going to make everybody happy? No way. But everybody deserves the same amount of respect. I never call anybody screaming. When I see things on Facebook, I don't call people screaming about it. I try to have a reasonable conversation when people call me. I try to help everybody I can in any way that I can. I think we all do. I speak for all of us right now. And this is how we should be functioning and operating as a civil society and this amazing community that we live in. And this is what I want to see. And I want to see the ALA succeed. I want to take the training wheels off next year, and I want you guys to fly. We have a lot to do. Not that we don't enjoy assisting with these events, but we do have a lot going on governmentally that should take priority. And this has always been, as Michael and Richard said, when we first came out here, the ALA did so much and the meetings were packed and people wanted to be a part of it and they wanted to have that camaraderie. And I want to see that back again. And I don't want to see one specific agenda because there's so many things this community needs. And it's not that we should be fighting each other because we have enough outside forces against us. Why should we have our inside forces against each other? So I can support Supervisor Vasilati's idea of shortening the cause only because I know it's not going to be easy for you. And I know you want this as much as we do, but I want to see us each to have this meeting, like I said, and I want to see true change. It's got to happen or it's not going to work. And I don't want to step away and take our training wheels off today because then we're all, it's going to hurt all of us, our entire community, 45,000 people. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen. So if anyone would like to make the motion. Oh, yes.
So
sir.
just to come for the record, if we're going with the 30-day possible without cause cancellation, termination in the first year, with respect to the issue of expression of opinion, it seems to me that the agreement contemplates a long-term relationship between the two entities, between the public entity and a private entity, which will, in the long term, require close working relationships. And you obviously can't control what people's opinions are, but I mean, there are those, if the expression of opinion somehow gets attributed to the organization, ALA, as if it were an official expression. For example, if people are in positions of authority within it's a private entity, you know, on their board, expressing opinions that would reflect badly on the organization or that would interfere in some way potentially with the relationship, that could be one of the grounds to consider a termination of the agreement. After your working relationship is established and things are going fine, then you're going to a more restrictive ability for the board to terminate the agreement. So I just thought that perhaps I might put that on the record.
Thank you. And I agree with that. And I want to say it's not a matter of somebody's opinion because everybody's entitled to have an opinion. And like Patty said, you know, the freedom of speech, but it's the method that it's gone about, I think is the problem, the delivery, the attacks. So if somebody comes to us and says, well, I don't like this idea, that's not justifiable cause. But if somebody comes up here and screams and or wherever, it doesn't necessarily have to be here, screaming, name calling, you know, all of that, that would be a justifiable cause. In the matter of delivery, how do we determine, yeah, right. Does it need to be? I mean,
I don't think just be subject to the board's discussion.
Okay.
We're meeting then.
All right.
Just leave it vague in the contract.
Well, I think you can assume that since the board has to make a decision on termination, there will be a discussion.
Right,
on it.
okay.
So,
I mean, I don't want anybody to think that, oh my God, just because they don't agree with us, that we're gonna terminate. That is not the case. So I just want to put that out there also on the record. That is not the case.
well, I think the question really is the efficient provision of the services that the district wants the association to provide. And if there's friction and there's no consensus among the board of the, you know, if it's going to affect in some way the actual provision of those services, then it's a relevant factor that, you know, the way issues are being presented in public is potentially damaging to the efficient provision of services. So the termination without cause is related to what ALA is expected to provide to the district and the community.
Okay, very good.
Let me just ask a question, because ALA is their own entity and they're running this. What is the necessity? I mean, I know we had the service provider agreement, but what is the necessity for them to have this besides having the use of our permit? And is this just so that they don't have to continuously file for a permit? Is that pretty much why we do this recreational?
It gives them priority use, so they still have to have a permit. It's there's a district detail of each event and the requirements of what that particular event are going to be. This just mostly says what they're going to do on behalf of the district and what the district's willing to give them in return. So they don't have to come to the board each time for a fee waiver and things like that. We have internal ability to approve these.
Well, let me be clear. It's not on behalf of the district. They're providing service that they feel the community wants, they're not providing it on behalf of the district. And that's the difference between service providers. Yes.
Exactly, because if you think about it, if it was a service provider agreement and somebody was treated poorly, that comes back to us and it reflects on us. This is absolutely separate, yeah.
Yeah, the most simple thing is, so let's say they didn't have a contract or you terminated this contract, well, let's say in January, they didn't meet it. They could still apply to the board for a special
permits.
permit, but want to get priority, they'd have to come to the board, they'd have to pay and all that for the use or rental, whether it's a pavilion or an arena or whatever.
Right, which just complicates them trying to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish. So that's what we want to avoid, right? Because we're here to work together. So I can support it the way that it is.
Sorry about you being in the hot seat. And I know people are going to say, oh, the board's lecturing Mr. Morgan. And that is not what's happening at all here whatsoever. We want you to be successful. We want the ALA to be successful. And for you to be successful, I truly believe this, in the ALA to be successful, the bad behavior from a few people has to end, or you guys aren't going to be successful. This behavior, that doesn't bother me. You know that. You saw it last year. You saw all the things that happened. That doesn't even faze me, but it does faze a lot of other people. And people are not going to want to be involved with something that they don't. I'm here to volunteer my time, and I'm going to be spoken to by this guy. I'm going home, and that's what we don't want. So if this seemed like a lecture, that wasn't it at all. It was.
Falls on me, I'm the president.
But we want you to be successful, and I really mean that. So, okay, I'm done.
Okay, and with that, do we have a motion?
The chief did edit the motion, so if y'all want to just check it out.
And we have a motion from Supervisor Johnson. Do I have a second? We have a second. Any public comment? Anybody still here? So, Bob? Anything?
Thank you for considering it.
Of course, like I said, we want you to succeed. And we want the community to succeed and have some relief from everyday pressures, and we want you to be the voice of the residents, because we always talk about events, right? But there's so much more to the ALA.
There's events.
There's so much more to it. So I really hope if anybody is out there listening or watching tomorrow or whenever, get involved. And the more people that are involved, the stronger our voices. When we are together as a group, when we're united, we're a force to be reckoned with, and no matter what it is. Yes, we have. Yes. Yes. So thank you. I want to say thank you, Bob, because I know how hard you work and how much time you put into this. And I don't want you to think we don't appreciate that for a minute. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. Everybody in favor? And it passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, consent agenda. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 12.14. Yeah, all right. We have a motion and a second. Do we need to read the motion? Is that necessary? Okay, you want to read it? Okay, go ahead and read it for the record in case people can't see it.
Motion to approve consent agenda items 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, and 12.15, minusing the 12.14. We deleted it.
All in favor? And press close that time too. Okay, see that passes 4-0. And staff presentations.
Thank you. Again, I have a few, so I'm apologize. I know it's getting late. Number one, Mr. Foy and I, and Mr. Robinson with stormwater or even with roads, but mainly with stormwater, swales or driveway culverts. Over the past few years, we've been getting more and more issues, with where we've had people that bought their place a long time ago. It was designed or built a certain way. So there's one case where we have someone, and I can't remember if it's on 88th, it's west of Seminole Pratt, where their horse barn was designed where they used the canal because back in the day, nobody cared. And then when the house was built, before this person bought it, they can't get to their horse barn other than going that way. So that's one example. We have another example that Mr. Foy and I just spoke with the gentleman. He purchased a property that used to be it was 3 properties that was owned by one person. And back in whatever day, they didn't get a permit for one of the driveways. The driveway culvert is approximately 60 feet. You don't have any other driveway. He is an equestrian, so he has a large living quarters trailer, probably not like a 3,500, probably like a 45 or 5,500. The road's a little more narrow, so bought that property, number one, probably because of the price, but because also it allowed him to get in and out. He's in the process of also building a house, going through the whole county thing, and he had come to us, and normally we say, well, you need a special permit, and he's probably in his late 20s, early 30s. So like asking him to even get reimbursed, showing out another $3,000 to go through this process is asking a lot. So and then we have a lot of issues where we have slash pine and cypress trees that are in the swale. They're not necessarily in where the water would go in the grade area or on the roadside. They're right on the property lines, sort of what was brought up tonight on the FPL quarter. That's a little different. That's a fee simple property. But we hate, or at least I do, I don't want to speak for Mr. Ford, but my perspective, hate to see when we take out native species, especially when they're specimen and they've been there for decades. And we're seeing more and more clear cutting. And then, part of the mobility study, we're talking about bioswales, we're putting things in, and then when somebody comes in for a driveway permit, you got to pull it out. And when we do a retrofit, pull it out. And that has been the policy for a long time because, again, going back, people were abusing that, saying, well, you can keep it because I like you, but I don't like you. So they came to the board like 15 years ago or something. They said, just take it all out, no exceptions. So what Mr. Floyd and staff would like to do, I would like to do is get consensus tonight if the board is open to having us go in and open up some of these things and bring it back in a package for the board to consider. When we're talking about tree removal, we're not talking about someone went out there and planted a couple of Eureka plants. We're more specific. And for instance, with the 60-foot driveway, but normally you get 2 driveways, culverts 40 feet. So if you allow 1 culvert with a clean out in the middle, then they don't get a second driveway. So instead of having 80 feet, you only have 60 feet. So, and again, there's certain conditions that we put on that for the board to consider. So we don't have any definitive language tonight, because when we were looking at all these, we just said we need to take this to the board to see if there's any consensus to update this.
So I like the idea of the more native trees, not removing them. If they don't affect the works of the district and they don't create a liability, leave them alone. And I think that's fantastic. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. As long as it's not going to affect the district. Absolutely. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, the board already said we could go back and look at the special permit policy. Essentially, as a brief overview, we have 4 types of existing permits. One is a driveway permit, and there are 3 others: the utility UT, the underground UG, and then the right-of-way / drainage permit. What you see when you look at your applications are applications that have been updated, but they're somewhat duplicative, and they have questions on there that you don't even allow. Like, are there encroachments? That the applications need to be reformed, and you can look at fees there. The permit forms were developed in the late 90s and have very few modifications. Frank and I have talked about this for years, and it needs to be cleaned up. There's duplicative permit conditions. We've got special permit conditions, general conditions, and another set of conditions. I don't even remember. They were all modified due to NPDS. So when we process permits, we essentially process as 3 groups, not 4. We need, in my opinion, and we'll bring this back to you, it's 3 groups: your driveways, your utility type permits, and your right-of-way / development permits. The utility poles, et cetera, are all processed the same. When you have a unit of development that also needs a permit, that's a separate type permit that does need to be processed as the same with a county permit. So we need to group them, in my opinion, in these 3 categories, not 4. Another item is you have a condition now that the only permit that is allowed to be issued by the district staff are the driveway permits. Why do you need to see an overhead utility transfer? Why do you need to see the directional bore? I understand you need to see a trenching permit because that tears up your swale, but a directional bore has a hole and a couple 100 feet down the road, another hole. You don't really need to see that. You see how many special permits are on your agenda that you approved tonight? I mean, you don't even look at them, and you have adopted policies that address everything that you want. We would bring things back like the utility boxes. They're not only a safety visual issue, they're obstructions, and you have a specific policy on those. But you care about those. You don't want to see 10 utility boxes on one property. So we would like to have you authorize staff to do certain permits, but not anything that would have any controversy or any county permit or anything like that.
And I think I've said before that that would be a great idea, especially, removing a pole that we already gave them a permit to replace, and then it's coming back to the board to remove the old pole. I mean, it's not necessary. This is why we have you, right? For those type of things, and that should not have to come to the board.
Unfortunately, the permit, they were issued with removing the pole as well, but because there's multiple utilities on the pole, FPL couldn't remove the pole, and then they have to later come back to get another permit to remove the pole. So our hand was forced on those. Now on the driveway permit specifically, if we you allow a driveway that's longer than 40 feet, which is your current limit, our problem with that was maintenance. So what we would require is a 15-inch pipe instead of a 12. We'd require an intermediate access, and we'd require the owner to be responsible for maintenance. And if they don't maintain it, we either bill them for what the maintenance cost or we remove it. So you would not be issuing something that we wouldn't have control over. But then that again, we could make that one a special permit that would come to the board. But realistically, if you're going to allow it, let staff do it. If you adopt a policy that says a 60-foot driveway culvert is allowed with an intermediate access with a minimum 15-inch with the metered end walls, why do you need to see it?
Right. If that's the policy, we've already set the policy. There is no reason.
There's no real engineering judgment once you set the policy. So anything that doesn't require judgment, you've already approved it essentially. So that's my spiel, and there's been a little bit of force de jour on that because of the nature of people need these things to happen sooner rather than later.
Right, exactly.
And just quickly on the FTO on this poll, so whenever they submit and they put their down payment and then they're supposed to get a refund, the way it's set up, we can't give the refund because they haven't met a permit. So we have these large, I shouldn't say large, but some of them are substantial, tens of thousands of dollars in basically escrow that we're maintaining in a bank. And then whenever we get to the point where they have removed poles and we try to send them the refund check, we spend probably more money trying to figure out where it goes in FP, well, first of all, they can't figure out where it goes. So then we go down the call, or the finance, they go down the call log and where I get involved in it. So it's, yeah, this all needs to be looked at, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
I want to be more specific. I think we wanted to make sure the board was okay with some of these because it's a little different than what we've been used to.
Very
Before we brought something back for them.
Right. Yeah, very good. Yes, thank you.
And part of that, I'll just hit it now, will be, we do have a traffic calming policy, but it too is antiquated. It doesn't even probably meet the current engineering, county engineering and public safety. So we're going to bring that. And again, what I've been used to throughout my career, and I'm sure Mr. Foy has in other locations, is for traffic calming, you put the onus on the resident or the landowner and let them go out and talk. A lot of the ones that we have been putting out are part of what was the mobility plan with the mid-block islands. But you have a lot of people now that are requesting these on shorter distant roads, but they're not necessarily dead end roads. So, put the onus on them and charge them a fee, or charge them a partial, whatever, and then we can recycle the cushions as we take them out and replace them either with speed tables or four-way stops or whatever it may be.
I love that idea.
And then the last thing, so over the past couple of weeks, we've been getting a lot of rain, basically a few days of rain that usually we get in a few months. So on Saturday, we were getting calls about potholes, other things, and some of you either texted or whatever. So Saturday, Rob called me up and said, let's go get some barbecue. Let's talk, because we got to figure this out. And he came up with a very good idea, and I want you to explain it because it's your idea. But we don't need approval tonight, but we just like some consensus from the board on what you'd like, on what we want to propose before we go down this path, because we need to explore funding and other things. But go ahead.
And I can't imagine you're talking about Orange Grove.
Yeah, more than Orange Grove.
Yeah.
Good evening. Sometimes when I get my best flashes of brilliance, so they're few and far between nowadays, but when I do get them, it's like I'm going on vacation, but I'm not going on vacation. I turn my phone off and sit on a bulldozer and the ideas just kind of flow in. One of them was because we've been inundated with the amount of maintenance requests for potholes, and we know that, there's ongoing issues with the roads out here. How can we look at this and come up with a better way to address these issues? We do have the R2 plan. We have some money that's been previously budgeted in there. But we have to look at some of the other roads, whether they were R1 or R3 or nothing, because we really can't find a means of which they were constructed originally.
Or they were just or they were just constructed by a unit. like
By a unit,
one.
yes, the developer at that point in time. So make a long story short, instead of throwing potholes and money at this, let's divert some existing resources that we already have budgeted. We've got several milling crew right now. What I was thinking is like, let's scale back a little bit with that department and then redirect them to start doing pavement. We just got done with the walkthrough here with this latest R3. I will put our crews up against any contractor out there. We've already had requests from major paving contractors to sub out our sidewalk crew. So we know that there's good quality control and there's good performance and long lasting value with this. So that's kind of, let's look at doing these roads in-house with the exception of the paving. We're not quite to that level yet. We're excellent with the sidewalks. We do have a paver box we've been paving aprons with, and we're getting better, but we're not to what I would say that level. And I want to be at that level. So we would put something together to stabilize the shoulders, bring them up to a better standard, and then go out for an RFP to different paving contractors for a square unit pricing. It wouldn't be lump sum, no, and they would only be doing the pavement. We'd be doing everything else. The swale work, subgrade, rock finishing, priming, they strictly come in and do the asphalt work.
But there's something key there, and this is something that we haven't been doing. And he touched on it, but he didn't really hit it the way it should be. That 2 feet of compacted rock on the shoulder will stop what we're having the edge of pavement issues, especially at intersections. So, it's creating a new standard as well for the district, because normally we don't do that on our district roads. So
We have our district standard. It would be more or less mimicking what the county DOT requires for, a little bit larger. I've been building roads for 40 years down here. And it's always been a major 2-foot offset underneath the subgrade, a foot of rock. Now with the stabilized shoulders, that extends it out. So we would just come in and clean up the sides, add additional rock and compact them, make them look, because the truck issue isn't going away. The larger vehicles aren't going away. So we need to protect our roads and protect our residents as well.
We're already seeing it on 140th and Orange. And even at Tangerine and 140. So
would the board like us to explore, because we'll have to work with engineering and with legal, because like, for instance, on Orange Grove, we have to figure out how do we even fund that? Because we can't use fund balance like we can on the R2 roads.
right. Good with that? Okay. We got it.
Oh, yes, thank you. I totally forgot about that, because we didn't, usually I put a thing on the agenda. So Downers Park, as you know, we were not awarded that. So we would like to resubmit in this next cycle. So hopefully it'll get
Absolutely.
funded. The actual fund that the state has, they'll actually put all the funding in there,
For the program.
but we have to resubmit. They won't. take
Right, of course,
previous
Michael.
application.
Good with that. It's for the playground. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I knew there was
Thank you,
some-
Scarlett.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And yeah, Crystal. See that? You answered to it. Okay, so 13-1.
So just real quick, yeah, you want to give them an update on the artificial turf?
Oh.
Just a official update real quick on the south expansion. We did finally get that permit approved with South Florida Water Management. That is done. We are in pre-construction management as of Tuesday. So we'll break
Awesome.
ground hopefully another week or so.
Okay, so quick question. How is that gonna work with Halloween? How are we gonna be right?
We'll just, I mean, we'll work with them with staging and what they're gonna end up being able to get done between now and then. Obviously, they're gonna bring equipment out. They're gonna want a gut that's there, so if we have to, we'll just cover it up with fencing or something. So
Okay.
then the public, it won't affect the event itself.
Okay,
But we'll just have to.
and I don't want to cause any issues for the contractor either, so we have to find that balance.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're gonna have a pre-con with them next week. The R&D is wrapped up with substantial completion on 140th. So that laydown yard that's over there that's south of the field is now open. They've seeded it back. Some of the subs have to come pick up some small items. We're going to plan on using that for staging all the work. So that's been cleared out for one job. We can put them over there. It will not affect the parking area that's existing around the fields. You know, unfortunately, they won't be able to use that field for anything, but the track will still be open. We'll maintain as much room as possible in there.
Perfect. Thank you. Good news.
13-1 already talked about the grant, but just quick update. So we're doing the RFPs. The only one that has a hiccup is the one that Mr. Vassilotti asked about in the towing RFP, because there's some legal authority issues potentially with 298. So Mr. Palin is looking more into that. And what we may have to do if it's fire, we may, I don't want to like put Mr. Palin on the spot, but we may have to work with fire rescue, and it may have to go through the county because it's mainly when we have people parking in the fire lanes, which I think is already a towable offense, but we may have to have something with the county set up. So that, but I don't have a definitive answer yet. So, yeah. Yeah.
All right, very
So I
good.
just didn't want you to think we weren't doing it.
Right. No, I appreciate that.
Because
Okay.
May I ask? And did we give the AAL a gentle reminder to let their parents, coaches know about parking there in front of the gates and the fire lanes and things like that? They've been, okay. Thank you very much.
Miss Garvey, the AAL president, has been very good working, just not with Kenny or Mr. Lawrence, but also Mr. Sisalat. So
Wonderful.
yeah,
Fantastic.
yeah. But sometimes it does get away because you have everything going on.
You have a lot
So
going
I'm
on.
trying to keep an eye
Sure.
on it. But yeah, that's something
Thank you.
definitely take serious.
Thank you. So now we're up to reports. 14, motion to receive and file. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Farrell, second by Supervisor Johnson. All in favor? We're gonna read it now. We don't have to read it. See that passes 4-0. And our next meeting, just as a reminder, if anybody's out there listening, October 15th, and this meeting is adjourned.